Hey, internet folks. I hope you're having a great day and thanks for popping in for another episode of Spooky Saturdays, a just chatting installment where me and my friends talk about scary, spooky shit on the internet. So whether you're here with us live on Twitch or you're watching the VOD later here on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm super pumped you're here. Today, we're hanging out with Archie and Innocent. How are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty good. I'm awake.
Pretty
Mood.
good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I've been awake. Uh, oh, it's Recon's. Oh, that's a Connie emote. I love that.
Yeah.
Real quick, RG made this for me. It's not showing up on my emotes. Oh my god, no. It's not here anymore, but it's there. I
Did
put
you
it.
fill up all your emotes?
No, I put it where it was supposed to be. Ugh,
That's what she said.
ayo.
And
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, that's fair. Maybe I broke something. I must have broke it. It's okay. I'll figure it out later. Or maybe I might have broken it. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, Thrall found it.
Hey,
It's cute. It's cute as fuck.
he's cute.
We love to see it. We do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this is another one of those segmented bits that uh we had talked about a few months ago and we brainstormed it and we are like we should talk about serial killers. So today and maybe potentially next week's uh experience, we're going to be talking about Jack the Ripper, which is definitely a good way to start into our discussion about serial killers, as you know the Jack the Ripper cases have been pretty much prolific. It was like what 120 something years ago. Um,
Yeah,
some
the
murders,
1800s.
yeah, some murders, 1880ish, yeah. But I mean, there are definitely a lot of theories out there. There's a lot of information out there, so we're just gonna kind of go through it together and use our street smarts, and I'm very excited to see where this all kind of takes us. Before we get started, do you guys have anything outside of this? I mean, we can get to it at the end as well, but I'm just really excited. I've been so pumped about this since we came up with the idea to do this. Like I can't even talk. I'm so excited. So happy. What makes Bunny happy? Murder.
Murder. Murder and
Murder.
crime.
Crimes. So spooky. Spooky. Yes, hello Ransom. Love you. So happy you're here. Wait, are you done? Did you finish? Oh, Ransom did finish. It's okay. Well, I'm glad that you're here and pumped. Oh my god. Okay. So, real quick. Uh so Jack the Ripper, in case for some reason you were one of like a oh my god, I love that knife. That's a cute little oh my goodness.
A
We're
lightsaber.
gonna sit here with emotes for like the first 30 minutes. I for sure will. If you think I won't, you're crazy. Because I for sure will. Also, I realized that I had the background music muted. Music muted. That felt weird in my mouth for like a solid little bit. So it's Gucci. This is fine.
He's
Yeah.
fine.
The Jack the Ripper is a pretty. He was a serial killer. Murders in the Whitechapel uh district in London, England. Starting in the autumn of 1888. Uh, Canonically, 5 murders have been linked to this person. It was a huge situation. There's a lot of stuff. I don't want to go too far into it because I figured we'd kind of hit points as we're going, but um, probably one of the most, I don't want to say notorious, but as far as serial killers go, active while there was a media frenzy about it. Um, and then all of a sudden it stopped. And this is one of those mysteries where a lot of people have tried, a lot of criminalists, a lot of uh, different scopes of people, sleuths, people just going through the information, even to this day, trying to figure out who Jack the Ripper was. Uh,
Mhm.
so in true fashion, we're adults and we're for sure going to figure this out on air. Parental advisory, as if it matters. Damn, I hate that. I'll go find an adult. Good luck, Panda. Um, it's fine. This is fine. Not one of my adulting days. That's a mood. So yeah, I wanted to just kind of first talk about, a little bit about what was going on. So, Jack the Ripper, he was a dude or the person Jack the Ripper, the name actually came from the press. This is the thing that happens when a serial killer is about. Press give them names, or sometimes they give themselves names in contacting the media. Um, but uh, the The murders typically involve female prostitutes who lived and worked in the slums on the East End. Uh,
Hmm.
and for anyone who is squeamish, I'm so sorry. We're going to probably talk about some terrible things, and it's okay if you have to leave. I love you. It's going to be fine. Basically, the murders entailed throats being cut, to abdominal mutilations, removal of internal organs, um, and it is actually one of the leading theories is that there was some anatomical or surgical knowledge that the murderer must have had in order to have made certain incisions. Um, but there were lots of notes that were sent to media outlets, to Scotland Yard. Um, a lot of just again, it's one of those things where outside of the Zodiac, you don't really hear about serial killers giving information to the media while they're still active. So that in and of itself, and especially given the time frame,
It was like
is
a
wild.
game.
Yeah, it's wild. And I want to get into the notes in a little bit, but I figured that'll be a mouse tool for later. The crazy thing to me though is that a lot of times you'll hear people say, people who are like, "Oh, I know a little bit of Jack the Ripper. It's crazy he did all this," but you have to think about the time frame. You have to think about the socioeconomic state that that area was in. I mean, at the time of these murders, the East End, it was incredibly impoverished. There were, oh, also, I think this might be too loud. If the background music is too loud, please let me know, because I don't have good hearing. But basically, around the 1870s, 1860s, 1880s, there were a lot of influx of not tourists, but immigrants from different places, um, kind of settling in to that section of the UK, to England. Um, and because there were so many people there, and because of the working conditions, and all sorts, there were so many different factors that it was expensive. There was not a lot of space. People were cramped. If I remember correctly, it would be like 2 pence to, if you were going to, like, oh, I'm going to go to get a hotel for the night, you could pay 2 pence to hang yourself over a cord so you could have something support you while you sleep.
Oh wow.
Um, or you could pay 4 pence to have like be leaned up against a wall, like in a room to sleep. So
That's insane.
it is no, because there was something like in the Whitechapel district alone, in the year or two prior to the Ripper killings officially starting, the Canonical Five. I think there was something about 80,000 people just in that district,
Oh
which
wow.
you think nowadays, like, oh, well, city
That's
size, but
huge.
for the time, for the resources there, that's a huge amount of people, especially, healthcare is limited, space is
That's
limited,
as
resources. It's it's a it's a it's a it's a powder keg of awful things compiling on each other, and then you throw a serial killer in the mix. Like,
that's as bad as like people in San Francisco renting out their studio apartment and sharing it with like 4 people.
rent is expensive. I will say that. Uh, but yeah, no, this is wild. Yeah, I was doing a lot of I've been looking into this off and on while doing other projects the last few weeks so I could be a little bit prepared, and just some of the information I found in general has kind of been mind-blowing. Um but before we get into the canonical find of the murderers, do you guys have anything you wanted to bring up about the area at the time? Cuz I think the Whitechapel district, I think it's only like maybe 5 or 6 kilometers. That's how big the area is. So imagine 80,000 people,
It's
babies,
a lot of cramped space.
children, adults, small spaces, poor health standards, hygiene stuff, not a lot of resources, bad pay. Like, again, it's in my mind, that's a powder keg. That is a recipe for disaster. And then there's a serial killer on top of it.
That's, considering if it was that heavily populated, you would think that there would have been more witnesses in such a small area.
That's actually one of the crazy things is
Like,
there's one
like how does
murder.
just two people alone on a street, no one else around with that many people? That's nuts.
Well, here's the thing about serial killers. She says knowingly. Here's the thing about serial killers. So, criminalists will refer to um, ideal targets or low risk targets. These are people that, your average run of the mill, this guy's Joe, like you wouldn't pay attention to them. So if you've got all these people around you and there's a prostitute over there, are you going to be mindful of what that prostitute's doing? No, you're minding your
True.
business. You're just trying to get to your shit and get done. Um, and these are going to be I hate to say it like this, but typically and you see it nowadays too. There are individuals who, as a society, a lot of people won't look for and be like, oh, weird. Becky usually works that corner and I haven't seen her. I say
but
as the barista over at
but didn't the
Starbucks.
first victim, wasn't she like on the sidewalk? Like it wasn't like she was down an alleyway.
Um, well, let's go into. Are you talking about a canonical 5 victim or are you
Yeah,
talking
the
about
first
okay.
one.
Okay, so the canonical 5. So you're talking about Marianne Nichols.
Yeah.
Okay. So she was murdered around 3:40 in the morning, give or take. And we have that time because of beat cops. That's how
Yeah,
we have
they were
that time frame.
patrolling.
Because they had cops that walked beats to patrol to keep everything safe, which honestly, I mean, given how many people were there, that's still not enough, but like, damn, good on them for trying, you know?
Yeah.
So, she was discovered the 31st of August, 1888 in Bucks Row in Whitechapel. She was seen alive about an hour before they found her body, and she had been sharing a bed with the person who had found her at one of the shared common lodging houses. Those are the places
Oh,
where
so
you
she
hang.
wasn't on the street, she was in a lodge?
Well, that's the person who found her was her lodge mate, the person that one of the people
Oh,
that she had
okay.
been sharing a bed with. Um, it looks like she was on the side of the road. Her throat had been severed by 2 very deep cuts, one of which cut all the way down to the vertebrae. And she had been stabbed multiple times in the genitals as well. The lower part of her abdomen was completely ripped open, and a jagged wound disemboweled her. And it looks like I'm trying to see where they found her, but it looks like she found her when she was walking in the direction of Whitechapel Road, but it doesn't say where she was on the sidewalk or not. Let me check.
There was I came across it was like a sketch of how, and I don't know if that was something, if that was like a legit sketch or just someone piecing together their own story, but it looked like
Yeah.
she was on a sidewalk.
Um, let's see.
And wasn't
So
she discovered by two men? One of them being that
you are
Charles
thinking.
Cross character?
Yo.
So
But
here's.
there was like a discrepancy with like the
Yeah, see,
story
this
or
is where I
something.
was running into because you had actually shared some information that the Smithsonian had. Um, that was a little confusing. Let me see if I can figure out. All right, here's a better timeline. So she had been with her bedmate for some time, and then she left. The housekeeper at the lodge had seen her about an hour before as she was going to get some DOS money. Okay, so it looks like this is Mary Nichols is the one that they did see that was found by two men, but it doesn't actually say who found her. But I do believe, here we go. Okay. So she was found about 150 yards from the hospital on the ground in front of a gated stable entrance. And it was by the two individuals, Paul something and then Charles Cross or Leckmere. I know you had just gotten some information about that, Archie. Did you want to talk about that?
Go ahead. I have a current visitor right now. I have
Understand.
a toddler right next to me.
That's perfectly fine. I understand that. So, a Carmen, who gave the name Charles Allen Cross, discovered her in the ground in front of the gate. See, even this doesn't make sense because this doesn't match up with the information we found previously. Um, Basically, he had went to find a constable to say, "Hey, there's a woman lying down. The woman on the ground. I think she's drunk or she's dead." Um, there was some conflicting information. I know we had watched that Smithsonian piece that they recently
Yeah.
put out that was painting this guy to be a suspect.
Yeah, so, like, apparently, like, the two of them had come across her, and, they went to go inform another police officer. And I guess from what I understand, like, they went and told another police officer that there was already a police officer there and there was a murder
Yeah.
or something, which kind of helped, make sense of the story, which I guess is kind of why they removed him as a suspect, I guess.
Yeah,
Because
because
he had told the truth. But,
as far as that PC knew,
right.
but
Still pretty sketchy, though.
it is sketchy because he shows up basically. From
Like,
my
how do you see
understanding,
a slash throat and disemboweled person and think, oh, they might be drunk?
she's sleeping. Basically, for me, the thing that's the weirdest thing is the the Robert Paul person that came with him wasn't really with him. They both came across her at the same time as they were heading in the same direction, I guess, but they weren't walking together.
Right.
Um, then they went and found the policeman. Said there was another policeman there. Like they went to go. Paul was supposed to make the comment to the cop, but then Cross is the one that actually spoke to the PC and said, "Hey, there's a woman down there. Thinks she's drunk or dead." Um, and by the time that beat cop got to where the body was, another PC had arrived from his normal beat and found it. The roadway where the gate was is a complete straightaway. So someone you would think someone would have seen it, but again, it was 3:40 in the morning. Not a lot of people
I
are going to be
mean,
out on the roads.
hear me out.
Okay.
What if, Charles Cross, we'll just pretend, say he did do it. He was walking away. It's 3, 4 in the morning. It's likely there's going to be some fog,
Oh
and
yeah, for sure.
who's to say that he sees possibly like a shadowy figure coming his way, so then he does an about face and pretends he's walking the same direction, and then like, oh my god, look what I found.
As a
Like a
person who plays
self-report
like a
in
I
Among
was
Us.
just thinking of Among Us. I was like, damn, buying $1 for every
I
time I
don't know
did
where
that.
this happened. I saw no one.
So weird. No, no, absolutely. That is definitely that's a plausible idea. Definitely another thing that's weird about it, outside of that initial statement, that is very weird, is that the name he gave the police when they asked him, because oh wow, well this person's like, we need to know information. Charles Cross. That's not his legal name. That wasn't his legal name at the time. That was I guess his mother's husband's last name or the surname. Like it was never his surname. It was a surname he went by as a child, from my understanding. And I may have got that backwards, so someone please fucking fact check me if I am wrong. Which I try not to be, but I fully understand that sometimes shit do be like that.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, they had when they did the autopsy, um some of the, basic things that they looked at was like, wow, it looks like, the wounds, these wounds have been here, there's still blood happening. This just happened, or it happened within the last hour. Um, so plausible deniability. Sure, he could have walked upon it and been like, "Oh damn, that just happened." I think there was something about the timing of it is interesting to me, and I know I'm basing a lot of this that I'm about to say on that one Smithsonian piece that you shared with me. Um, the beat cops, they walk a beat, and that's how we have the time. That's how we know the time. Is that they say, "Hey, I found the body at this time," and this makes sense because this was where I would have been on my beat, and this is the time that I had on my piece.
Yeah.
But anyone who's done, anytime you've had to do, I don't know about you, but if you're walking or if like you're doing something that you do repetitiously, and something happens off to the side, you're not gonna easily remember something that distracted you for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, unless it was super inconvenient. So, sure, that time may have made sense, or it may not have. And maybe he didn't look at the clock. Like, maybe the PC didn't look at his watch when he was informed, or the other one didn't look at their watch when they found the body. Or they were delayed, and it was just enough time for a killer to escape without Charles seeing them, or without Paul seeing them. It's entirely possible. I'm not going to say that he's not the killer. I definitely have him on the list of people I definitely want to talk about later on, but it is definitely weird that he didn't come forward outside of
Yeah.
the initial statement until he really didn't have a choice. And then at the
Like,
time he gave a bad name. He gave the wrong name, which here I get it. Like I get it. Don't be talking to cops.
it
I
just
understand.
totally screams like red flag. Like, like he basically got caught and now he's got to like come up with something. And honestly, that would be probably the best thing to come up with was, oh, we both came across this body.
No, for sure. And I mean, early morning fog is a thing everywhere, I feel. But I can imagine it's probably bad in the UK. I feel like it's bad in the UK. Anyone from the UK, please correct me if I'm wrong. Just because of like the sea level and everything, I would imagine. But no, so they both Paul and Cross were eliminated from as suspects early on because at the time she was the first murder.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the stuff, the way that they were able to identify her, were because of the possessions that she had on her.
I think that's kind of crazy though that they just remove him as a suspect after like he gave false personal info like that. Like, oh, you lied to us. How do we know you're not lying now?
Well, at the time that the inquest happened, uh, was
I mean,
several
like
months after the fact.
after they find out, why didn't they go back?
Well, so here's me doing a thing that I rarely ever do. I'm going to give the police the benefit of the doubt. So this was the first in a series of, let's call it, 5 murders over the span of a couple of months. And the first inquest into Polly Nichols or Mary Nichols' murder wasn't for a couple of months. So at the time, the guy who reported her but seemed legit, I could understand if they've already cleared him based on like, well, he seemed really up like an upright citizen, and like we've had all this other crazy shit go on. Maybe not immediately jumping to be like, well, this was sus. Because you and I, we're looking at this with our analytical minds in the future. We're looking at all of the facts overall. But at the time, these are beat cops. They're trying to get shit done as quickly as they can so that way they can keep their beat and keep everybody else safe. There's 80,000 plus people in the area. It's a smallish area. And great, there's a murder. Awesome. Let's get this tidied up so we cannot have people freaking out and a potential riot or like a potential situation like an escalation. I get that. So like months later in the inquest, the only reason that Cross came forward during the inquest was because Paul did.
Mm-hmm.
Paul went. He was like, "Yeah, this is what happened." And Cross was with me, and they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, Cross was there, wasn't he?"
Right.
So then
He's
his
probably
hand was kind
shitting
of
bricks.
his
Oh
hand
shit.
was kind of forced at that point that he had to show up. But yeah, outside of that, I'm trying to think if there's really anything else that they could have really. This again was the very first of the canonical 5 murders. And I think that they had a couple of suspects, but it wasn't until they were looking at more than one that they truly kind of looked into seeing, okay, who did this? And I know that sounds bad, but like at the time, that's what happened. It was just because the next murder happened a week later,
Mm-hmm.
and that was, if I'm not mistaken, Annie Chapman, or was that
Yeah.
because Kelly was the last one? So I think Annie Chapman was the next
Yes.
one.
Annie was the second one.
Hold on, your volumes. Are you better now? Hold on. Mom?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I don't know why, but your volume did something really weird. I fixed it.
I don't know.
Discord, why are you playing games with me today?
But yeah, Annie Chapman was the second one.
Okay. Um, do. Yeah, hers was September 8th, but it was 6 a.m. when they found her.
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying
it
to.
had been a while.
Well, it looks like she was found near the steps of a doorway in a backyard. Um, so it wasn't such a thoroughfare as where Nichols was. Blue did it. Yes, yes, Trash Panda. You solved it. Trying to see here. So she had a lot of uh, the same types of wounds, and they had her again. Super sorry, I'm gonna get very visceral for a moment. Um, so in the same case as Nichols, there were 2 deep slashes across the throat, very deep. Abdomen had been cut entirely open. Um, Part of the flesh from the stomach was placed on her shoulder. Another section of skin and small intestines were placed on the other shoulder. And part of her uterus and bladder and vagina had been removed completely.
Jesus.
Yeah, shit was not very good. That sounds so. Wasn't very good, was it? But no. So this was the second of the canonical 5. Now, the last person who saw her a half an hour beforehand. So it wasn't like an hour, like the frame went from, with Nichols, there was an hour and change from the last time someone saw them to a half an hour time frame. The window is much different. And the average walking speed of a person, this is a fun fact that everybody gets to know now. Um, People on average, I believe it's two 2.2 miles an hour. This again is a gross average. Your mileage may vary based on your stride and leg length and what have you, but that is the average walking speed for people, adult people. So 5.5 kilometers, half an hour, so that'd be a mile. But yeah, so the last person who saw her was Elizabeth Long, and saw her, I believe, at the same. She was standing outside of the house that they found her in the backyard door. Hydrate. Yes, I don't have my water with me. I'm gonna drink some coffee. Thank you. Appreciate you. Um, but yeah, so she was seen half an hour before, literally outside of the place, the same place that they found her. But she was in the company of a dark-haired man wearing a brown deerstalker hat and a dark overcoat, um, and looked shabby.
He looked shabby. Oh.
Yeah, that he was described as looking shabby. Don't know what that means. Gonna be honest with you. Not really sure what a shabby appearance is. Oh, shabby genteel. Okay, white guy. Got it. Um
Basically, everybody that's living in there?
Probably. So Elizabeth had heard the man ask Chapman the question, "Will you?" and heard Chapman reply, "Yes." And that was the last that anyone saw Chapman alive. Which is as the second murder goes, it's pretty bad. I'm trying to see if there was anything else because I know that again she was a sex worker.
I think, weren't all of them?
Yes. Wait. The canonical five, I believe, and again, someone please fact check me. The canonical five, I believe, were all sex workers, which is a dangerous industry, but that's not because of them, it's because of other people.
Yeah, and it could be part of the motive too.
It could be. And that's
Because, like,
definitely
they taking favor in a certain type of target.
absolutely. Again, I would think we were talking about like the low risk targets. Like that a lot of serial killers do prey on sex workers or people in certain professions, certain social economic statuses, knowing that they're more likely to get away with it than
Yeah.
if they were to
Or
grab
Oh.
Becky from the the country club, you know?
There's also the other aspect that there are men who hate women and absolutely hate prostitutes,
Yeah.
and they take out their own,
There's a
you
lot
know,
of the interesting
like
thing
basically men who can't have sex with women, so they have to pay for it, and therefore now they hate women because they have to
so
pay for it,
that's
and so then
actually
they
a
take it
thing.
out.
You know what's I'm gonna divert from Jack Ripper for a second. That's actually a thing, or like a psychological marker
Yeah.
for stabbings is that a lot of times
Um.
criminalists will, when they see like a lot of stabbing, it's okay. Well, this may have been a like sexually motivated crime,
Yeah.
because the person might have been impotent.
There's
Like that's
a
literally a part of their
there's
profiling standard is to keep that in mind when creating a profile for
yeah, there's
a
a whole
potential.
like community of men like that.
I mean,
In fact,
people
a
are
couple
garbage
of
in general.
places like Reddit have even banned certain subreddits
You have
to
to,
try
yeah,
to deter people from having an echo chamber that they can uh go to and pump themselves up,
pump
and
themselves,
yeah, I
circle
mean
jerk into a
even
frenzy.
TikTok,
Yeah,
you see some men making TikToks and they're just so hateful and violent towards women because they feel like they're entitled to sex, and therefore because women don't give it to them, and they're entitled, that
yeah. It's a
women are the
ugh.
enemy and they must kill them. It's just
Which
it's
is it's a
psychotic.
crazy. That's a crazy thing. Psychologically speaking, though, at this time, I want to say, like, the criminal profiling, that the types that they use, the evidence type, which I am going to go into evidence collection later, but the type of, like, okay, well, this is the killer, this is how we know. Like, nowadays, enough information has been cataloged and categorized. You know, police are more, they're more connected than ever. People are more connected than ever through, technology. So people are able to share resources, information, and ideas. Um, so criminal investigators now have a better grasp on the information, like what actually drives a person to commit certain crimes. I mean,
Oh
we never
yeah,
know what's going to be in someone's head, but
because a
they
lot of
have a
people
better
they'll leave
inkling of what's
behind
happening.
manifests and videos they make of themselves, and I mean, look
Trash
at
Panda.
a lot of the recent murders. You know, that high-profile murders that happen. They end up finding some obscure Instagram that no one really followed, and they put everything out. You know.
Yeah. Or like, like when you find the Unabomber's manifesto and you're like, oh shit, he should have told us.
Yeah.
Oopsie
Or
doodle.
not to stray too far from Jack the Ripper, but if I remember correctly, you had listened to what was one of the Howard Stern shows
Oh
where a serial
yeah.
killer had called in, and he was basically, that's what he was targeting prostitutes on purpose for that very reason, because he hated
Yeah.
women.
What was I'm trying to
And
think of the name. I remember that. That
yeah,
was
and he
wild.
tried to keep him talking and getting more information, but they were never, I don't think they ever
Like Howard Stern's
found out who
low
he
key
was.
probably not the best person ever, but the fact that he recognized, like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy, I need to keep him on the line, and we need to let somebody
Exactly,
know that he's
yeah.
calling in, and we need to get somebody on this. Like, I guess in the studio while it was happening, people on the back end were like, okay, we need to figure this shit out. We need to keep him on the line. So
Yeah.
that shit's wild. Um, your trash panda, I appreciate the sentiment. That's phenomenal. Uh, Here at
I
Spooky
mean,
Saturdays, we do not endorse criminal
statistically,
activity.
like 98% of all murders are committed by men, so
Reported,
true,
reported and
reported.
proven.
I mean, even if you put it, we'll just give a 3 to 5% benefit of the doubt. That's still over 90%. Like,
So we're gonna talk about female serial killers later, because that's actually on my list.
there's not a whole lot, but
There's
By the way,
a reason.
Bunny, I just found something interesting.
Now you
Only
have to tell
one
me.
of the 5 were sex workers.
So wait, was
really?
she the only one?
Only one.
See,
25-year-old Mary
I
Jane
thought
Kelly, the only one of the 5 not in her 40s, and the only one labeled prostitute on her death certificate.
okay,
Oh,
so the
Mary
Polly,
others
Kelly
were
Annie, and
implied.
Catherine.
were
Polly,
not.
Annie, and Catherine were not sex workers at all. Polly and Catherine worked as domestic servants or in laundries, and Annie was supported by her husband, who worked as a private coachman.
Thank you for fact checking me. I appreciate that. Um, so it's so weird because a lot of the times it's actually framed like they were. So that
Mhm.
is super interesting. Anybody, you
Where
know
did
what?
you get that though? I'm looking at Emma Smith and it says that she was a prostitute.
Do do do.
Do-do-do-do-do. Uh,
On the jacktheripper.org site you had.
So
all right.
separated,
Down
lost
here.
custody
Okay,
of her
2 of
son.
them were. Elizabeth was Swedish born and a maid in Gothenburg and Hyde Park, opened a copy shop in Poplar.
Okay.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Where is it?
Because I know with Annie Chapman, like there was a lot of stuff. Like she had been married, she had had a few children. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
she was struggling with addiction and alcohol, which again, that's another thing that I know we talked about. Lower, or like the risk factors for being caught by picking your victims a certain type of way. People who are struggling with addiction, whether it be alcohol or other substances, are on that list of people that serial killers like to go after
Yeah.
because
Well, no.
for reasons.
What it is, so is this author um, turned around and was fully researching it and was going through the coroner reports and specifically looking at one point as to whether or not the sex work was there, and it flat out says the evidence of the sex work simply wasn't there,
So it was
but
a
it's been
media
overlooked
implication.
because it's not part of the accepted story.
Okay. I definitely throw that there. We have a chat in Discord, by the way, guys. So this is where we're kind of like sharing stuff. Can you throw the link to that information in the Ripper chat? Because I definitely want to look at that for my like brain later. Um, just because I'm interested in that. That's I love hearing.
Yeah, let me
Not
find
that
it
I love
again.
hearing about murder,
There it
to
is.
be clear, but I love being able to. We were talking about Wikipedia earlier, and how I thoroughly enjoy going through and fact checking shit when I'm bored, because anyone can edit Wikipedia. Um, but I enjoy correcting things so everybody is better in the future. But yeah, she also was in a lodging house. Um, and it actually, when they did her autopsy, the coroner noticed some other things about her. That she actually was in an advanced state of disease when she was killed, and if she hadn't been killed, she would have been dead within months anyways, based on the findings within her lungs and brains, which is wild.
Oh.
But yeah,
So, uh, hold on. I'm just going through your other source though, cause, like, I mean, so like, but what about this one with Annie Chapman? Is this just bad information? Because it says, like many women in the area, Annie supplemented the meager income she obtained from crochet work and making and selling artificial flowers with prostitution.
so I will say this: it is entirely possible that is what happened, but I can understand not marking her as that because that wasn't her main source of income or her main
Mm,
profession. Um, that's
right.
like if people
But
were
I
like
mean, like,
Bunny solely survives on Twitch. Like I have a real people job.
but I still think it's relevant though, because
No, for sure.
if
I get
if
that.
if if Jack the Ripper was targeting prostitutes, he may or may not have even known that that was a secondary job, and if at that moment she was prostituting herself to him, you know, in his own knowledge, that would make her a prostitute.
Fucking her up on her side hustle. That's rude. And also murder's illegal and super fucked up. But uh
Which I don't get that because this other one flat out says that Annie was supported by her husband, who
but
worked as a private coachman.
they were actually, I believe they were separated at the time, if I'm not mistaken. She had separated from her husband prior to moving to Whitechapel. Um and she was given a stipend from her husband as a part of the separation. I think it was like 10 shillings a week, which I don't know British monies, so I have no idea how much that would have been or how much that is or if that's even what they do anymore because I'm really bad at that. But what
I want to
what
know
is
what how much a shilling is now.
yeah, please find that out. We need answers. But she was separated from
It's
her husband at the time, which is why she was residing in one of the common lodging houses. Um Now she did there was a man who was
Uh,
around her, but a couple of years before the murder happened, her stipend dried up. She stopped getting money from her separated husband. Um, and the reason that the money stopped is because her husband died from, it looks like,
Cirrhosis of the liver.
cirrhosis of the liver, which she was getting sick in the lungs and the brain, which is probably a lot to do with again, that could have been a lifestyle thing, even in the environment. um
I have an answer to the shilling.
yes.
This person wrote, um, let's see, there were 20 shillings in a pound and 12 pence to a shilling. According, when Britain's currency went metric in 1971, the pound was retained but subdivided into 100 new pence. Thus, one old shilling would equate to 5 new pence, nowadays referred to as just pence and written 5p. How much is that in dollars? Exchange rates of 2020. A dollar is worth 80 pence, so a shilling at 5 pence would buy you just over 6 cents. Which, back then, you could buy like a loaf of bread for 1 cent. So, I mean, that's like giving someone $20 a week, maybe. $10 a week. It's not a lot.
For the cost of 10 loaves of bread, you can pay for your ex-wife. It didn't feel good when I said it, but in my brain I thought it was going to be funny. But yeah,
Deal.
deal.
Wait. Is it good bread? We talking like sourdough?
Is it like that fancy shit you get? Oh, like at the farm. Oh my god, there was a farmer's market I used to work and help coordinate, and there was one bread vendor. I loved them. They made, I don't like blue cheese. I'm just gonna say this, but they made this blue cheese walnut oat bread. Oh my god, that shit was so good.
You're gonna make me hungry.
Mafa. I don't know what uh ki- whatever that is. Mafa,
Kick.
hello. Yeah, I
Isn't
don't know
that
what,
like a LOL variation?
maybe. I don't know. I don't have that.
3 gallons of gas. Joke's on you. We're paying for winter gas. It's cheaper now. Well, I guess that only really in California.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. But yeah, that is really interesting. So with the others being having worked in laundries and everything, or as housekeepers, um, again with the cost of everything being so high and not having a lot of space, and what we would still report to today as low wages, I I can definitely imagine if you're a woman who's separated and then your husband dies and the money that was helping you supplement is gone and being in dire straits, and that's the thing that's happening is a lot of people are doing this thing as a side hustle, doing it as a side hustle. I could understand that mentally. I'm just lurking because I'm currently putting up what? Xmas decks. Thank you for the company, first and foremost. We're talking about a serial killer, Jack the Ripper. May have heard of him. But yeah, that's just super weird. And that's actually really interesting. I know that when they were doing the inquest to look into the murder more specifically, um, it it was after the fact. I believe the first inquest was late the next week, but that's when they made the connection. They started making the connection, I think, around the third victim, that these were the same, these were related. The person, there were 4 witnesses. John Davies testified that he had discovered the body. He had never seen the dooryard that she had been found in properly locked. Um, and he had said that there was an individual who knew where the latch to the front door of the property could open it to get into the backyard. Um, there were two other men who also were able to identify the body, and the last words that she had spoken to one of them, uh, hours and hours before she was found, was, "I have not sufficient money for my bed. Don't let it. I shan't be long before I'm in."
Hmm.
So she was out of money when all this was happening. So yeah,
I just want to go out and say, folks, make sure you're locking your doors at night.
shit,
All of
my
them.
door's locked right now.
You
Wish
would
a
not believe
motherfucker
how
would.
many people leave their doors unlocked. It's just not safe.
Did I tell you what happened the other day?
No, what
Um,
happened?
so I was gearing up to. I was like 10 minutes before I was about to be done work. I work from home, and it's dark out here. And Zombie comes into my office, and he's holding he's holding one of the machetes. He goes, "Hey babe, not to make you panic. I saw some flashlights outside around the house. Um, so my first thought was I should check with the neighbors to see if it's one of them. Um, and he was waiting to get a contact back from them, and he was like, "I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna find out who it is." So,
No, don't do that.
so
Stay
I was like,
inside.
"Nah, dude, we're gonna put on some like really like just like beautiful music." I think I played the Hughes it was stuff from their Wolf Totem album. And he was like, "Why are you doing that?" I'm like, "Psychological warfare. I am here for it. Let's go." Turns out it was the neighbors, so I didn't get to do anything funny. But
What were your neighbors doing outside your
one of the
property?
turkeys got out, so they were hoping to find it as it was roost, because it was after dark at that point.
They're lucky you guys aren't like super trigger happy, paranoid people because
Yeah, it's because zombies like saying
people shoot
shit.
people for less. Like, damn.
We could do a whole debate on that, but that's aside the point. So yeah, absolutely though, lock your doors. Um, so there was some some people that they did think it could have been that killed her. One of them they referred to as Leather Apron, or the Leather Apron rather. It was um this was one of the people that they had said maybe had done it. It was someone of Judas descent, uh, who a lot of people are saying was one of the people who had murdered both Nichols and Chapman. I don't want to go too far into that just because there was a lot of speculation if that was the individual who was Leather Apron, and if Leather Apron, who was another serial killer at the same damn time, was also Jack the Ripper. There's a lot of theories on that. Apparently everybody was getting murdered around the same time in the same area, which
Wow.
is wild. I miss my tiny car. The worst part of Jack the Ripper killings was the papers making out what a tragedy it was. One of the victims turned out not to be a prostitute in the first place, basically saying it wasn't so bad when it was just sex workers. No, for real, that's fucked up. I agree
Yeah.
with you. Um, I also we're going to talk about the newspapers in a little bit, but yeah, there was a lot of different theories on that, a lot of different impact. But Leather Apron was also one of the individuals that people were thinking killed Nichols and Chapman, not as a part of the canonical five, but as a separate thing because that was also an active serial killer at the time. But they also didn't have information on who that was. So,
Hmm. I wonder. So there's canonical victims and non. Like,
yeah.
where, what's the differences between them, and why do they not include the other victims as
So,
potential? Is it just a different type of murder, or?
so okay, so the canonical five were these individuals were murdered August, September, and October, then on and on through 89. Now, the murders that were also happening in the area that had a similar MO, or that they could see evolving into the MO that became associated with Jack the Ripper, but were never quote unquote claimed by Ripper. There were a few of those actually. We'll step out for a second from the Canonical Five to address those. So between April of 1888 and February of 1891, there were 11 separate murders um, that are that were in the area that the police collectively put together as the Whitechapel murders. Um, the Canonical Five were widely believed to be specifically done by the person they refer to as Jack the Ripper. Um, the same MO, the deep throat slashes, mutilation, disembowelment, um, removal of internal organs, progressive facial mutilations, because as the murders progressed with the Canonical Five, the faces would get more and more mutilated. However, the first two cases in the Whitechapel murders file, Emma Elizabeth Smith and Martha Tabram, are not included in the Canonical Five. But the police they never said this is going to be, these are also part of those. So it was really, at that time, up to the police commissioner and, again, what was widely believed by the media to have been associated with Jack the Ripper. The first victim, Emma Elizabeth Smith, was robbed and sexually assaulted on Osborne Street in Whitechapel in April. She had been bludgeoned from the face, received a cut to her ear. Then she was assaulted with a foreign object, which ruptured her perineum, is what I guess you would say it. And she died the following day due to complications from that. She had told people at the time that she had been attacked by 2 or 3 men, one of whom that she had described as a teenager. And it was actually the press that tried to link the murder to the Canonical Fives. However, at the end of it, a lot of people, it's up in arms, where some people say, well, maybe Ripper was a part of these people. And the other end of that is, well, it could have just been East End gang violence at the time.
I don't think someone as psychotic and methodical as, like, the Ripper would join up with other people.
Well, that's the thing. You never really know.
True.
I mean, we could spend days going over the psychology, or like even just the mindset of what goes to their brain as they're progressing. Something that you may have hidden about yourself. You see a lot about serial killers and about people who perform heinous acts of violence against other people, where there are telltale markers in adolescence and in childhood. And as they grow older, they learn to hide and mask that behavior and not do it in certain situations. But imagine
serial killers in general typically they're typically loners of a certain
not
degree.
necessarily, actually. You would think, but there are a number of cases of serial killers where they are like super involved in their communities. They've got friends. They've got a whole and it's a completely other side. And those are the ones that you hear the neighbors go, "Wait,
like
John
pharmacist.
Smith? John Smith was the murderer? How?
That's true.
He runs the soccer team. He makes biscuits for our annual bake sale." Like crazy shit like that. But the thing about it is, imagine, if you will, let's suspend our disbelief. Imagine I'm a serial killer. I have been conflicted in my mind, going through mental anguish about urges that I'm feeling, or things that I want to do to someone else, but I know, not because I feel, but because I've been told that those aren't right and I'm not normal for having those impulses, that something's fucked up about me. And then I get involved in a gang. And my gang homies are like, yeah, absolutely, let's fuck some shit up. So then I'm now accepted in a group of people doing this. And I found out, wow, I like this shit. But I take it too far one night with the homies and they're like, wow, you can't be around you. And I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm gonna do that shit by myself. And boom, next thing you know, I'm 11 murders in.
Yeah.
Nobody can stop me. Am I a murderer? Me personally? No, absolutely not. However,
You've never
I
done a
can.
bad thing in your life.
First off, I've done borderline nothing wrong ever in my life. Thank you. But also, I can see how that mentality could, like, logically, I can see how that mentality could progress from I'm part of a gang to I am now a solo serial killer. Like, I can see the steps it would take, and you see that those escalations, those different, the reason that MOs don't always stay static to like this is what they do, this is how they murder XYZ is because shit happens in the moment. I can't remember who it was, but I was watching an interview of a serial killer, and he was like, "Yeah, I had to change my MO because you guys started telling the press about my MO, and I didn't want to get caught, so I changed it."
Yeah. They
To
all
the
have to have their unique calling card features.
yeah, sometimes they're not even aware of it.
Like
That's the crazy thing.
the guy that called into the Howard Stern, he was kind of like gloating that he was trying to be very obvious and leaving things, and he was kind of pissed that the police
But the
weren't
cops were
picking up.
just
Yeah, they weren't picking up. He's like, I literally left this as like a sign, and they didn't even notice. Like, what the hell? And like he was
notice
like
me,
upset.
senpai.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly. Notice me, senpai.
But no, it's definitely wild to think about. So Emma Elizabeth Smith was the first one. Martha Tabram, was the second one. She was murdered flat out on a staircase landing in George Yard in Whitechapel in August of 1888. She had 37 stab wounds to her throat, her lungs, her heart, her liver, her spleen, her stomach, her abdomen, and additional knife wounds were made to her breast and vagina.
Wow.
All but one of her wounds had been inflicted with a bladed instrument like a penknife.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's super. Again,
Witness
I've been
me.
trying to like warning everybody like it's gonna get visceral. We're gonna say some shit that if you're not comfortable with, I fully understand if you got a dip. But like to do it justice, we kind of have to talk about it. When the serial killer is screaming, "Witness me!" Yeah. Um.
It's a ego thing too. A lot of the time.
Yeah. But then you have the other serial killers who
Power.
are like, they'll never catch me, and I've left them all these clues. They'll never catch me because they're idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely
like
it's
game.
it's
a power trip.
no for sure. As a person who loves solving puzzles and like solving little mysteries, I get it. Um, not like the murder part, but like the like like we used to do this thing when I was a kid. Sorry, we're gonna get sidetracked again. When I was a kid, we used to do this thing. My grandfather, for like anyone's birthday, he would leave a a trail. So like you would get a note when you woke up, and the note would have a riddle or like a puzzle you had to solve to get your hint to the next part. And then you'd go to the next part, and there would be another riddle you had to solve. And then you go to the next part. And after like however many years old you were, that's how many riddles there were that you had to solve to get to your present.
Oh wow.
And when you got to the last one, you had to solve the riddle to figure out where the present was stashed. Um,
That would be fun.
no, this is again, this was like my childhood. I loved. I wish, since he passed, I haven't had that in a while. I was like 12 or 13
Zombie,
when
you
he
need to make her a treasure hunt.
when I was because he was murdered when I was 12 or 13. Trying to think, how old
shoot.
was I?
I'm sorry.
It's okay, you can't unring a bell.
True.
Speaking of murders, so Tabram had had actually not been sexually assaulted, though. She had just been stabbed a bunch everywhere. And there was one distinction, is that when they did the autopsy and they reviewed the knife, the wounds, it had been attributed that the killer was right-handed, or that they were using their right hand proficiently to make the mark. It didn't look like there was an obvious motive. Outside of the proximity to the Ripper murders, there didn't really seem like there was anything to link this murder to the Canonical Five. And this murder differs from the Canonical Five because she had been repeatedly stabbed, not slashed.
Is this which one? Is this one of the ones that happened right after Kelly, or is this like further down the road?
This was before.
Oh, before.
This was before Marianne Nichols, who was the first of the Canonical Five.
Okay. God,
you would ask about how they
murderers just running around.
Yeah, no, there were two active serial killers in the area at the same damn time. Not to mention gang violence. Not to mention, just people just be killing each other and dying that weren't a part of serial killings. Like, shit was bad. Shit was real bad.
So what about the murder right after Kelly, the one that where they basically were like, okay, Kelly's the last one. Like, what made them, how differential were those ones that they just were like, okay, well, he must have stopped at this one?
Well, there were some during the time frame, because Kelly was murdered. I know we got sidetracked. We will get back to discussing the Canonical Five, but I believe, unless I am mistaken, wasn't Kelly in 1891?
I'm looking for a date. I don't see a date.
I can find it. One sec. I'm just getting everything pulled up. So the last of the Canonical Five, Mary Jane Kelly, was murdered November 8th. It looks like. What year? Tell me what year. Show me where you pissed from. God damn it, Ty. Why is that stuck in my head? It doesn't. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I know I have a timeline somewhere here. Innocent, do you know when Mary was killed? Innocent?
She still might be AFK, I believe.
Okay.
Oh. November 9th, 1888.
So it was the same year. So I don't... Okay. So...
And if I remember correctly, it was one of the more gruesome ones.
It was the worst. Again, they got progressively more fucked as time went.
Like, she was skinned or something.
I will get to that. The other Whitechapel murders in the file, because there was the 5 and those 2, so that's 7. So the other 4, there was several that weren't. So there were some that were later on. Rose Millay was. She was found, it looks like, hanged, but there were markings around her neck. She had indicated she had been strangled. And then it was later discovered that they think she was murdered. Alice Mackenzie was murdered July 1889. stab wounds to the neck, bruises and cuts found on her body were a 7-inch long spiritual wound extending from her left breast to her navel. And due to some of the markings on her body, some individuals will try to link her to Ripper. However, nobody ever did. They didn't officially link her, which is as a part of the canonical 5. There was also sorry guys, there was also the Pinchin Street torso, which was a decomposing headless and legless torso
Yeah.
of an unidentified woman between 30 and 40 that was discovered beneath a railway arch in Pinchin Street in Whitechapel. The year following, it was September 1889. There was bruising, extensive marks on what they had, which was the torso. The genitals hadn't been wounded, but the torso, the abdomen had been. The torso, based on what they could see, like decomp, it looked like the person had been murdered the day before the torso was found. There were dismembered sections of the body believed to have been transported into different areas. Then there was
Goddamn.
a 25-year-old prostitute, Frances Coles, who was also murdered beneath a railway arch in Whitechapel. Throat had been deeply cut, but her body was not mutilated. Which again, the deep throat slash is almost to the vertebrae, is one of the signs or calling cards of the Ripper cases. So part of that being like, oh, throat cut must have been Ripper.
I would
But
not go anywhere by myself if I lived in that area.
I mean, it's again, it's just crazy wild.
Yeah.
Now there was this person did have an argument with another person, a man, um, shortly before her death. So he was ended up arrested and was charged with her murder. He was briefly a suspect as Ripper, and this was James Thomas Sadler. And actually, it's funny because there was this one author who put him out as an option, was like, it's James Sadler, he's the murderer, and like made a like buku bucks on this, being like, yes, James Sadler's the Ripper, and they based it mainly on
Are
this
you
one
talking
case.
about Patricia Cornwell claiming Walter Sickert? Sickert?
That was another one. That's another one.
Oh.
There's again, this is like a 120 something year old case, and the brutality of it. A lot of people don't discuss that there was another active serial killer at the time.
And then there's also the hard part also is like then you have the potential of copycat killers too.
Exactly. Now at the time,
be like, oh, I want to jump in on this.
Yeah, at the time, it probably didn't occur to the police that some of these killings may have been another party trying to disguise their motives, disguise their murders by trying to pin it on another killer in the area. It's entirely possible, and that's actually subterfuge that that bad boys use now. That we are able, like when I say we, I mean criminalists nowadays can recognize, like, hey, this is probably a serial killer. And a lot of that has to do with media coverage and information that's released. Because, you know, at the time, back in like the 1800s, if someone was gonna get gutted and stuff, the police are gonna be like, hey, if you see some shit, get out of there. This is what you need to look for. And they'll tell you everything. So you know, oh shit, that looks like that one thing. Scatter. However, that leads to the issue where MOs get changed, where things are changed, where people are accusing other people of something because they have a personal vendetta and they can make it seem that way. Yeah. Nowadays, when a profiler, when they're putting out information to media to be like, hey, be on the lookout for this type of individual, they'll specifically withhold evidence about the crime. So that way, when they catch somebody and they can prove that they know or that they had this information that was hidden from the press, that is the smoking gun for them. So at the time, though, I can absolutely see that like copycat killers where it would have been a huge issue if someone was another serial murderer outside of Leather Apron and Ripper.
Yeah.
There were also some other victims, one in 1887, the year prior, which it was. This one's actually super weird because it's a widely debated one. And I wanted to bring this up later down the road, but since we're already talking about it, the case of Fairy Faye, which was a woman who was found in a doorway in the same area December prior to the Canonical 5 killing. She had been staked through the chest, through the abdomen. But the thing about it was, there was no other evidence that they were talked about, and there was no one who could corroborate and prove that this person existed and that this thing happened. This was just a thing that people were talking about. So this could have been a murder, or this person could have never existed, and this was just a story that was circulating around to confuse the press and confuse the police. Then there was Annie Millwood, who went to the hospital at Workhouse Infirmary with multiple stab wounds, legs and torso, in the February of 1888, saying she had been attacked by someone wielding a penknife. She had died later from natural causes. After her death, some people want to say that she was the first victim. Sorry, but there's no definitive way to link it. I mean, of all of the other ones that are not Canonical 5, I would think she would probably be the closest. Or a witness who found their way in the ditch. Yeah. There was also a young dressmaker, Ada Wilson, who survived being stabbed in the neck twice with a clasp knife. Again, a penknife. At the doorstep of her home, another one, Annie Farmer, was also residing in the same lodging house as Martha Tabram, and was attacked November of 1888. She had a superficial cut to her throat. Now, there was a man that had been seen running from the house with blood on his mouth and hands, screaming, "Look at what she has done," before she had screamed. And it was, some people say that it looked like it was a self-inflicted wound. Then there was the headless torso we talked about. A second one was found in October of 1888. The body's never been identified. They never recovered any other pieces. But yeah, there was some other ones. There was a child that was also attacked with a similar MO as far as the disembowelment goes and the ear removal and certain things, but due to, again, there was only a little bit that could have been linked. It was never associated with Jack the Ripper canonically. Does a penknife click or slide? Does the Jack the Ripper have the first fidget toy? That's... God damn it, someone fucking quote that, please. Someone, a mod, please make that a quote. I kind of need that as a quote now. Then there was Carrie Brown, who was strangled with some clothing and was mutilated with a knife. It doesn't specify what kind of knife. She was found with large tears to her groin, her legs, back. Didn't have any organs removed. But they did find an ovary later when they were clearing the room on the bed.
An ovary?
Yep, one of her ovaries.
Excuse me, I seem to have dropped my ovary. Like, what?
Oopsie doodle, I dropped it. But yeah, so those are the other murders in the area in the Whitechapel files that were not directly linked. Again, of them, there's only one that I would ever say would be. The only one that I would really think that would be Annie Millwood. Specifically just because the timeline makes sense. And there were several months, there was a cooldown period between her escaping and the first quote unquote canonical murder. And the same types of attacks happened. Where she was going, the knife, the same type of knife they were able to identify. Like, it's definitely weird. But yeah, so those are the other ones in the area. I believe we left off for the canonical 5. We went through Annie Chapman and Mary Nichols, the first two. The next one was Elizabeth Stride, who was also separated from her husband and residing in a common lodging house. She was a seamstress and a house cleaner, and I guess had a side hustle doing her thing. September 30th, she was murdered. Yeah. She was paid 6 pence to clean 2 rooms at the lodging house, and it looked like she was dressed up looking respectable. She was heading to the pub, and then was found at 12:35. Well, actually, 12:35 a.m. One of the PCs in the area saw her with a man wearing a hard felt hat standing opposite the Working Men's Educational Club, which is a socialist club, a social club in the area in Whitechapel. The man was carrying a package. And then between the next 10 to 15 minutes, a dock worker also stated that he saw who he believed to be Stride with her back against a wall in the corner of Verner Street, speaking with a man of average build in a long black coat. Stride was heard saying, "No, not tonight, some other night." About 15 to 20 minutes later, her body was discovered.
Wow.
In the adjacent yard. And it was by the steward of that social club who went out and found her. First, he thought it was a dark object on the ground, so he went out to see what it was. He lit a match, and then he saw her. He ran inside to check that his wife was safe, because his wife was in the club. And then he, alerted the authorities, seek help. She was still bleeding, like blood was still happening.
Oh my god.
It was a single knife wound. And she was still warm. So again, given the time frame, we have people saying that they saw this. Yes, Ty, I will drink actual water, thank you. It's entirely possible that the person that if that dock worker did in fact see Stride, the man in the felt hat would have been her murderer.
Right.
Which
But
is such a weird, drastic hat change. Maybe other hat people can tell me this. I can't take it. Or do you want to take a dance break? We can do that.
No, I was just joking. It was 4:20, so.
Yeah, because I'm here for the lulls.
I mean, like, it just seems like almost all these descriptions, I mean, they sound like just about everyone that's the way almost everyone dressed back then. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Because like today we have people, there's definitely distinct types of clothing. You've got, people who dress up like sporty, and then you have people who are like business casual, and then you have like the business, and then you have like they're wearing sweats, and then you have like, oh, they look like
Yeah, I
You know what
mean,
I mean?
yeah,
And
no, the
back then it was
fashion.
like everyone was the same. It was either black or brown,
I
coats,
just feel like
hats, like
if I was wearing a deerstalker cap to one murder, and then a week later, or a couple of weeks later, I murdered somebody else, I would probably try to have the same hat. It would be like my murder hat. Like, you know how, like, I
your
have a hat
murder
that I
hat.
paint? No! So here's the thing. I have an artist hat that I wear when I paint. I feel like maybe I'm a bad... Maybe that's stupid. Like, I would have a murder hat. I don't know. Um, I digress. So
Murder
yeah.
hat.
Yeah, murder hat. Murder hat. Um, so
Do you own a deerstalker hat?
do I? No. I have a
That's
weird
the
I have a weird hat.
that's the Sherlock Holmes type hat, isn't it?
Yes. Wait, I do
Oh,
have I
you
have
need one.
I don't have a deer stalker. I have one that has the same types of flaps, doesn't have the bill.
Oh,
I have I have a different I
like a
have
Russian hat,
I
Russian
guess
style.
I don't know. It's floofy. I call it my baby bear hat because it looks like a cutie. Um anyway. So yeah, they found her. They think that because there were several patrons who had left between 12:30 and 12:50 who hadn't seen her dead. So that narrows down her death window to about 10 minutes before she was found. But it's she was found in what would be a nicer area of Whitechapel, or a
Yeah.
more prestigious part of Whitechapel. But I'm trying to see outside of there wasn't really they had put out a reward, I believe, for her, but they had made connection. It was it was hard for them at first to make the connection to the Ripper killings because at that time originally their first thought was that this was either Ripper or they were like it's either this one dude or this other dude, or maybe the guy who's killing torsos is different than the other two. There potentially could have been three serial killers in the area, if we believe the torso
Yeah.
killer was a
I
separate
feel like the
person.
torso is like a totally different type
Totally
of
different person. Yeah.
killer.
No, I agree with you. I agree with
Because
you.
that's extent. Like, I
That's
mean,
a
it's one
very
thing
it's
to.
oddly
I
fucking
mean,
specific.
cause like, I mean, if you think about it, I'm not a killer. I'm just saying. When you're disemboweling someone, you're removing certain parts. You have to know anatomically like where things are, how to get to it, how to whereas like just chopping someone's legs off, I mean, it's a whole different set of instruments, and that's just like you're not being precise. You're being just like, I'm just lopping them off, like that's just a whole totally different thing.
See,
I don't know.
it's again, there were so many murders happening at this time. Um, if it wasn't for the fact that there was a letter that had been forwarded to Scotland Yard the day before her death, from Jack the Ripper, um, about these types, it it wouldn't have been a thing. They would not have they would not have connected it because there were again so many different parties out there doing bad shit. I mean,
Yeah, that's just crazy.
she
Like,
didn't
that
have
just
any of the
sucks in
mutilation.
general.
She didn't have the mutilation that the other two had, but
Yeah.
given the time that the killer would have had access to her and had time to kill her, I don't think there would have been
So,
time for like intestinal dress up.
with like all these different murders going on, I mean,
You got
well,
to
you
keep in
have like
mind there's only so
the
many police, there's only
the
so many police
leather
leads.
apron,
Leather apron guy,
right?
yeah.
And then you've
Potentially the
got
torso dude.
yeah. I mean, like, it just makes me interested why Jack the Ripper is so famous when you've literally got, it sounds like, potentially two other serial killers going
Media
on, and
coverage,
just like,
media coverage. The main thing was the taunting letters, and that
maybe that's what
everybody
it is.
that was the main difference, and that's why so prolific with 4 kills running around.
Stalking the same people. Right.
It's definitely it's definitely crazy. Um, there were a lot of factors though that led them to be like, hey, this is for sure a Ripper killing, and not one of these other ones. Um, and the reason that there wasn't the mutilation again is because they heard the guy coming up with his horses. So they're like, hey, we gotta go. Jack the Ripper was like, deuces him out, and just left her there. She was, again, she had just died. There was not the time to do it, to do the deed. Um, and
I will be right back. I have to find something for someone
no
that can't
worries.
find something.
Actually, let's take a quick break before we go into the last
Okay.
two, and then we'll talk about that. Guys, make sure you stretch, get a drink. We'll be right back. thank you guys. We're back. I had to hit the little investigator's room,
I'm back.
and now we're all back. So this should be exciting.
I
I
got
know.
mac and cheese.
Ooh, mac and cheese. Now I want mac and cheese. How could you do this? How could you do this to me? How could this happen to me? Did you guys ever look into that book? It is on my my book list. I've got one before it, and then it's my next book, Trash Panda. So real quick, I know we left off. We had just finished talking about Elizabeth Strider, who was the third canonical victim, and we had kind of been talking about how there was for sure 2 serial killers active at the same time in the
That's just
Whitechapel area,
crazy.
which is nuts. And there may have been a third one.
Hi, Shadow.
Hi, Shadow. There
I'm
may have
so
been a third
glad
one.
I didn't grow up in that era. Good God.
I mean, the odds of 2 serial killers meeting each other is crazy.
Not to mention, I would hate to have to wear like some of the clothing they wore back then.
Oh goodness, yes.
I like layers. That's just me. Like, I'd rather be cold and have to put layers on than be hot and dying.
Having a nice like pea coat or like trench coat or something would be kind of nice, but
I need to patch my pea coat because I have
I
one of
would
those
not want to
long.
wear a dress though.
I have a long. It's a dress pea coat, so it goes over a dress. And it's got really cool pockets everywhere. But I snagged the arm on something, so I have to patch that. But
I just don't like the idea of like I would be kind of forced to wear a dress, and no way in hell you're gonna get me in a dress. So
I see. Here's the thing.
last dress I wore was on my wedding. That's it.
I like dresses. I know we're getting into fashion moment. We started talking about a serial killer, and now we're talking about fashion. You never know. No.
I'm sorry. I have ADD.
I don't know what HD is, but I got 80 of them motherfuckers. Hey! Yeah, that's real. That's some real shit. No. I actually prefer, I like wearing dresses, but I also like pants. So usually what I do is I wear leggings with a dress. So that way I can have the best of both worlds and a full range of motion
Right.
and like no chafing. Aha.
That's a big one right there.
Because damn boy, I'm thick. It's real. Some of them killers be styling. No, for real. Like this killer went from having a deerstalker hat to a felt cap. Like hat choices. You can't fill a dress. Drink milk.
Oh, so going back on like the murders and stuff.
Yeah.
I was reading how they were talking about how like in the event with like Charles Cross where people suspected him, and how did he not have blood on him when he was talking to the cops and stuff. And someone made a good point that she was strangled first and killed and then mutilated.
Right, but
so that would have prevented like squirting essentially. And
so
it would
you're
have
talking
been a
about
much easier
arterial squirt. So
yeah.
Okay, so everybody knows I'm a writer, so obviously any writers in my chat fully understand when you have weird fucking specific ass knowledge. So, arterial squirt, maybe. However, blood pressure is still a thing, even if the heart's not beating. So,
True.
there should have still been some blood. Now, given the type of the line of work he was in, and given that it was
careful.
at 3 in the morning, and that these were roads that were dark and potentially dirty.
Or who's to say he did it barehanded and then put gloves on? Covered.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, honestly, she was not as mutilated as the later ones.
True.
And, I mean, you wipe up blood not very well, but you're in a dark lighting situation and potentially it's foggy. nobody is looking to see blood on you.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks like dirt. But yeah, so Elizabeth Stride. We've gone over the other 11 Whitechapel murders in the Whitechapel murders file. So that leads us to our fourth canonical Ripper victim, which was Catherine Eddowes. Now here's the weird thing about this. So Elizabeth Stride was murdered September 30th. They found her body at 1 a.m. Catherine Eddowes was murdered September 30th. I believe they found her body within an hour of finding.
Oh, is this the double night murder?
This is the double night murder. So I'm actually just pulling this up. So it looks like
They were only like a few blocks apart or something like that,
It
and then they
was-
found her scarf the next block over. Or
she
something
was
like
last
that.
seen alive in a narrow walkway at 1:35 a.m. 3 witnesses saw her there. As they had just left the Imperial Club on Duke Street. She was wearing a black bonnet and a jacket and was talking with a man of medium build with a fair mustache. And I'm gonna have to do this because of reasons. I just have to do this real quick because it said fair mustache. Goddamn murder boners, dude, for real.
To be fair.
So she was last seen with the man with a fair mustache at the entrance to a church passage. She was facing the man with one hand on his chest, although not in a manner to suggest she wasn't resisting him. Is basically what. The description he gave was that he was about 30, 5'7", wearing loose-fitting pepper and salt colored jacket, a gray peat cloth cap, and a reddish neckerchief. So he had made the assumption that it looked like a sailor. A little bit.
Ooh.
So she was discovered at 1:44 a.m., which was about 15 minutes after
Oh my god.
she was seen.
That's insane. The timing on that.
Here's the crazy shit for me, before we get any farther into this. Because with Strider, I don't think we got a description of what the dude looked like. Did we? No, we did. So did he have a whole ass
pretty
wardrobe?
vague.
We have a wardrobe change? Like, is that what happened? Did I hallucinate that? Was there a wardrobe change?
Was Strider before or after?
Before. Strider was the one right before this.
Is
And
it
it's-
possible that they're not related, that they were both killed by two different men?
So,
Unless he got his stuff dirty, went home, changed, and then went back out and killed again.
but that would have had, at most, let's say he found her 5 minutes after someone last saw her. That would leave him 10 minutes to murder. So he would have to go home, change, then go back out, find the victim, and then do the murder, all within 45 minutes. Oh, and escape.
I mean, they did think that he was a local.
Right. Well, that is a theory. Is it possible he turned his jacket inside out? You know what? Trash Panda, that is actually possible. That is possible. Damn. Damn, that's actually okay. All right, I'm gonna keep that in my back. I said my back hat. We're talking about hats so much today. Um, so she was found mutilated, disemboweled, lying on her back with her head resting on a coal hole, and she was found literally on the road that the passage was leading to.
Wow.
Um, so PC Watkins had previously passed through that area 14 minutes before. So it was a 14-minute window between his beat circling around to that area again, in which the murder,
That's
disembowelment, and
just
escape happened.
so fucking crazy.
It is. I mean, Jack the Ripper clearly
Like,
worked for FedEx because he
how
dropped the shit and
unfortunate, you know?
ran. Didn't even see him. That's, I'm
Didn't even
sorry.
ring the bell.
Didn't you just fucking yeeted it at the door? No. Um, these are people's lives. People died. We need
Yeah.
to be respectful.
I'm not laughing at the deaths. I'm laughing at
The
the
clear
joke that
FedEx.
FedEx throwing shit on your porch and
That's
running
real,
away.
dude. They will break all sorts of shit. But so Watkins discovered her body. Uh, called for assistance from a night watchman at a warehouse that was on the same street because the person who was the night watchman was an ex-policeman. Um, so he asked for his assistance. They came out, and she was dead, obviously.
No, I'm laughing at bearded trash pandas. Yeet.
This this real. This real. Um, but yeah, so he went down. His beat took him back down the passage onto Duke Street without actually entering the square. He didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary, and he was the first one to arrive at the crime scene. Was the other PC that came later, not the one that found the body. But like that's how we know like the crazy shit. Like there was two police officers in the area and an ex-police officer in the area. And over the course of 14 minutes, she was seen alive by a person who was not one of these people. Two policemen had gone through. The first one didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but didn't actually go to where she was last seen. And then 14 minutes later, the other one found her dead.
That's awful.
It is. It's terrible. And about an hour later, they found a blood-stained fragment of her apron at the bottom of a stairway in a tenement house a bit farther out. The section of the apron was contaminated with doo doo, it looks like.
I heard it had semen on it too.
It's hard to really. I'm looking through and there's not a lot of um there was also graffiti that was basically saying like, hey, you can't blame you know Jewish folk for this. That we didn't do it. Um,
Yeah, I
but
thought that was kind of like
anti. Well, here's the
weird.
thing. Here's the thing. So there was an influx of Jewish immigrants during this time, and anti-Semitism was rife in the area. So
Yeah.
it was not uncommon for there to be anti-Semitic graffiti out there. And a lot of even Leather Apron, they a lot of theories are trying to link. Were trying to link at the time members of the Jewish community to Leather Apron's identity, which is
Mm.
the other serial killer that was around at the time. Um, so with this all happening, also very fast, it's it's one of those weird. It's crazy because the graffiti is just saying you can't blame us. It doesn't specifically say for this murder. Just like you're not going to blame us. Um, so what they ended up doing, one of the police officers wanted to take a photo, um, so that way they could view the graffiti at daybreak and get rid of it. Um, there were a lot of grammatical errors with the graffiti. The graffiti was like one of those weird things that a lot of people were specifically looking at. Um, but Edo's murder made something clear. The person who was doing the autopsies, the doctors who were doing this, um, because multiple doctors came to look at the body, to look at the signs of everything, and it was almost a unanimous decision agreement that the body had been the mutilations and eviscerations were done in such a way that they believed this person had medical knowledge, anatomical knowledge.
Yeah.
Um,
Now I know like a lot of people were thinking they were suspecting people who were studying medicine or people who knew people who were studying medicine. Like I think one of the suspects, I guess he lived with a cousin that was studying medicine or something like that, and then that's why they suspected him. But like, what if, like, did they even consider like morticians or coroners, or even I don't know if veterinarians were a thing in that area, but like I don't know, like why did it have to be a doctor or a surgeon? Like there's other uh, fields of study that study anatomy.
no, for sure. I mean, and one field that studies anatomy and studies a high degree of medicine that a lot of people would not equate to that, dentists.
Oh yeah,
Dentists
yeah.
have to know everything about the body medically in order to appropriately do their job without killing someone.
Right.
Fun fact. So don't talk shit about your dentist. You can hit him.
That's why they're called doctors. Technically.
But
Hmm.
it's not, especially given the amount, because again, this is, if you think about, I think it's the Burke and Hare murders took place maybe what 60 years before this, um, where the body snatchers went from digging up corpses to provide medical colleges, because that was a source of income before the shit really hit the fan. And this was in Scotland, I believe. But I mean, you don't quote me. I may be wrong. But what they ended up doing was at some point it occurred to them that, hey, we get more money the fresher this corpse looks. Let's just murder people and then sell the bodies right after. So they did that for a while. Um, and
Yeah.
those, I mean, you could tell that there had to be some degree of it looking like a natural death in order to make the money, because doctors were going to look at it. So it stands to
Mm-hmm.
reason that a doctor maybe like game recognizes game, you know? So they would have to, if I'm a surgeon and I'm looking at something that I recognize as something that I could do, it would make reasoning for me to say a surgeon probably did this. However, you're absolutely right. There are so many different branches of medical knowledge, even theoretical knowledge, that could, like theory without practice per se, that could totally equate.
Because I think I forget which where I heard it from, but there was one of the letters. I guess he was kind of gloating about, the killings and the cops confused or whatever. And in that letter, he made a comment. Now they think I'm a doctor. Ha ha ha. So that kind of led me to think, well, maybe he's not a doctor, and he finds that funny because that would be the first go to, the easiest choice, but likely maybe he's not at all.
I mean,
Which got me thinking, well, who else would know anatomy to that extent?
Innocent, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
Internal organs of pigs are close enough to humans that a butcher may be able to make it look like they may know about the human body if they've dealt with
Oh.
pigs. Does that make sense to you?
It does. It also explains why one of the theories was that the local butcher might have been the murderer.
That they were one and the same, Leather Apron and Jack the Ripper, and that it
Yeah.
was a butcher.
He'd have a pretty good alibi if he ever had blood on him. Just
Yeah,
going home from work.
mind your business.
Mm.
Um, no, for sure. I mean, there were definitely a lot of wild ass theories. Once it was surgeon statement was publicly not made public, publicly made public, if that makes sense. Um, but that was even it was one of those things where one of the doctors specifically said, "Hey, it could easily it could just as easily be a butcher as someone who does surgery work because when you're a butcher, you got to have clean cuts. You can't just be like nicking intestines when you're trying to get meat because then you'll foul the meat. And then you got to throw out a whole damn pig."
Yeah. Or even, like I said, even a mortician or a coroner, because they do any autopsies or have to prepare them for funerals,
Yeah.
and they're gonna know, you know, stuff, know things.
I want to say something right now, but I'm holding it until after we're done with the last canonical person because it's driving me crazy.
Well, let's talk about the last canonical person.
Yes. Okay, so those two were done same day. The last canonical one, which I think, Innocent, you have some information on her. Mary Jane Kelly.
I do somewhere. I gotta find it.
we're
Too
prof-
many windows.
we're professionals. Oh, no, I feel you. I feel you on that. Well, while you're pulling that up, I'll just give the lowdown. Where
I have
uh
a
hmm?
snippets of notes on her.
Yeah.
Um, what I have is that she lived with a man temporarily named Joseph Barnett. They were just roommates, but I guess
And they
he
were
was like,
roommates.
yeah, he was infatuated with her, and he was working and I guess trying to support her. But when he lost his job, she had to turn to prostitution to bring in money, which made him angry. And what kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back was she brought home some other prostitutes who needed a place to stay, and that caused like a huge fight between them. And then apparently, like after that huge fight, the other women that had come over to stay, they left, and then 10 days later, she was murdered. That's the cliff notes that I have.
Okay. And this was Barnett.
Yeah.
Joseph Barnett. I'm keeping track of every sussy. So
He's
we
kind
could
of my first choice, to be honest.
I have nope, we're gonna get through this and then I can't wait. I can't wait. So I'm gonna bamboozle the shit out of you. Alright.
Oh no. Okay.
Payback! No, so,
What did I do?
no, this is payback to Innocent for bamboozling me on the missing. Um
I got you good on that
she
one.
got me so good, Archie. Oh my god. So Mary Jane Kelly was and again I know I've said this a few times. This shit is very visceral. What I'm about to
Oh yeah.
talk about is
Trigger
gonna be
warning.
is the fucking this is if there was only one part of this that I was gonna talk about that's a trigger warning, it's this murder. So if visceral details, stuff of that nature makes you uncomfortable, if you don't think you could do it, for sure you can just chill, uh, mute if you need to. I will throw up safe. Did I not do that right? I guess I must have broken my thing. I broke it. It's broken.
Break it.
I had a command for trigger warning, but it's not there. Yes. I will we'll do safe when we've stopped talking about the gross, really scary stuff. So Mary Jane Kelly was discovered in a single bedroom, extensively mutilated and disemboweled. Her face had been hacked beyond all recognition. Her throat had been severed down to the spine, and the abdomen had almost been emptied of all of its organs. Her uterus, kidneys, one breast had been placed beneath her head, and other viscera from her body was placed beside her feet. About the bed sections of her abdomen and thighs on the bedside table, and the heart was missing from the crime scene altogether.
Crime of passion is what I say.
So that's, we could say safe now. We could say safe now. Is it safe? That one works.
I think did you mention she was also skinned?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah. So there was that. It was really bad. But to your point, this took place on November 9th, I believe. Someone,
Yes.
yeah, it was, they found her at 5, was it 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning? No, they didn't find her until 10:45 a.m.
Yeah, her landlord found her.
Yes, because they had heard cries at like 4 and 5 in the morning. But people just thought, oh, it's none of my business. Which again speaks volumes of just all of
Bystander
this
syndrome.
shit. No, I mean, but even then, just like all of those people, all of this crazy stuff happening at the same time, you hear someone yelling murder at 4 a.m. and you're like, cool story, me too, bro. I'm going back to sleep, hanging over a clothesline I paid 2 pence for. Like,
Better you, not me.
that's exactly. Which is awful. But the person who heard the cry couldn't have said they couldn't sleep because they kept hearing people moving in and out throughout the night. So they assumed that it was just people taking walks. So they left the house at like 5:30 in the morning and then went to the pub to drink, which that's an absolute mood. But yeah, so the landlord showed up. He had knocked on the door. He was there to collect rent. He knocked on the door because she was several weeks behind. She owed 29 shillings. Hi, Combat. And when there was no answer, he tried to turn the handle, but the door was locked. So then he starts to look through the window panes, and that's when he sees her on the bed, just straight up.
Someone would have had to have been able to lock it from the outside.
So, I believe there was clothing plugging a broken window pane. So in order to look in, he had to
That's true.
move.
That broke when they got in their fight a week prior.
Okay. I don't have a sketch of the room, so I can't really speak to if the room, because this is a common house. The door doesn't lock from the outside; it locks from the inside. Or there would have been a skeleton key to go both ways. I'm going great. Much excite. Good words.
Many words.
Such word. Very good job. No, so it's not really. I can't really say for sure that it wasn't like oh, there's a door. I can reach in the window, lock the door if I don't have the key. Or it doesn't really. I couldn't
True.
find anything saying that the key was there or not. But it's definitely fucking weird. Um,
I think it was Barnett.
well,
From what I see here, it wasn't actually the landlord that originally found her, it was his assistant.
his assistant, yes, because it was a holiday. It was a
Yeah, it sent
holiday.
his assistant, Thomas Bauer, also known as Indian Harry. And then he moved the curtain aside at the broken window pane, and then moments later staggered back to McCarthy's shop, saying that he looked through the window and saw a lot of blood.
Yeah.
That's awful.
It's yeah, hers was the worst. Um and the last of the canonical 5. Now, the official inquest for hers was literally like a couple of days later, and there was a lot of character. I believe they had Barnett actually testify that he had lived with her, but that it was a week prior that they had had a bad fight,
Yeah, their argument.
and then he also right after that was like, and I saw her earlier that night, like at 7 in the afternoon, like she was fine then, which yeah,
Sure, dude. Cool story.
like I agree with you. It's mad sus. It is mad sus. But it was ultimately linked to the Ripper. The
Yeah, but we also have to think that, I don't think these cops were that
copycats.
great either.
Here's the thing, copycats. We brought it up earlier, where
Mhm.
if all this crazy shit's happening, you got 2, potentially 3 serial killers within a 5 kilometer radius, going after the type of people who is your girlfriend who just broke up with you. And what you know is
I
like,
I still feel like if anything, Barnett, whether he's a Ripper or not, killed her because the fact that the heart was missing and the fact that he was obsessed with her and um and they had that fight, and in his mind, because like I guess he had at a few points had referred to her as his wife even though they were only roommates, like he's like
they were
obsessed
roommates.
obsessed and just the extent of it, it just screams like a crime of passion, like, and I yeah, I don't know,
It's
that's just yeah, that's my story, I'm sticking to it.
no, for sure. And then you actually bring up a valid point because there are theories out there that even though she is listed canonically as the last of the Ripper killings, much like the other 11 aren't specifically attributed to Jack the Ripper, there are a lot of people out there who are like, Kelly was not a Ripper victim. She was a victim of someone else, either a John who was going to take her out for whatever fucking reason, or Joseph Barnett specifically. The thing about Barnett is that after like after the murder, he was taken in. They interrogated him. I believe I want to say it was the same day. Uh in charge of the investigation, they basically put him to question for 4 straight hours. They searched all of his shit for bloodstains, couldn't find anything. Um,
But if he had, after doing that, gone somewhere and completely like gotten rid of all of the clothing that he had on when it happened, he wouldn't have brought hardly any of it back.
well, there was
And I'm
also
not
here's
and
the
I'm not saying like I don't know. I feel like the fact that the police are having a hard time with all these murders and having a hard time get suspects and piece together things, and the fact that they, even with Charles Cross, they interviewed him and then they didn't, and then they let him go, and then I just feel like this police department is kind of incompetent, if you ask
I
me.
mean, policing 120 plus years ago was a completely
Right.
different.
So I feel like it would be pretty easy to get away with something like that if you could just kind of have the
Yeah.
if you had it planned out and you had it all worked out, you could probably get away with it.
I mean, people like to imagine that serial killers are a new thing that's happened in the last 1,000 years or so, or that it's like not like they weren't always a part of humanity. But the fact of the matter is that that's not the case. There have always been serial killers, prolific ones that have killed hundreds of people before anyone even
Oh
had an
yeah.
inkling that they were around. Um, and there's a lot of folklore based off of those types of situations that nowadays we're like, well, that's such a weird like little bit of folklore. I wonder what that could be. But if you trace it back, it's because of situations like this. Like if this had been a thing there weren't newspapers. Let's say this was back in 880. You know, there was
Mm-hmm.
there's a chance that Jack the Ripper would have been some metaphysical creature they would have attributed to
Oh
this
yeah.
for sure. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it's
We have
definitely
no evidence, therefore it's got to be something
it's a
non-human.
spooky thing. No. So right now, as of right now, we've discussed all of the victims attributed to Jack the Ripper, the ones that were in the same area around the same time that weren't attributed to Jack the Ripper. Um, and I've got four bad boys written down that we've specifically brought up in conversation. uh, Charles Cross, Leather Apron slash Butcher, which again, there's no identity on that, so good luck. Um, James Sadler was one, and Joseph Barnett was another one. And I know that there have been over the years, over the last 120 years, there have been a bunch of other people later on who were retconned or potentially uh, made as suspects. And I want to talk about the letters too. Like, we got to talk
Mm-hmm.
about the letters. And I want to talk about the evidence collection.
Excuse me.
Because, again, bless you. That was a cough, not a sneeze. What the fuck? Funny. Get it together, girl. Get it together. No. So, evidence collection. So nowadays, somebody like you can run DNA, you can do all this. There's a standard operating procedure. There's a chain of custody for evidence taken into hand. Processing a crime scene is different than it was 100 and something years ago. Even I believe most of the real things they could do, I think they could do blood typing in the 1880s, and that was blood
Mm-hmm.
typing and GSR, and I think that was it, really, realistically. Um, but even just the matter of taking a photo of the scene, uh, login time no, a long time no see. I can't even read. Sorry. But yeah, it's just super interesting because you see a lot of these people nowadays, the criminalists who are putting forth like, I ran DNA evidence, I confirmed it was this dude, and there have been a few that have come out and said shit about a couple of these suspects, which we'll probably delve into in a second, and it turned out to be bunk, or it came to a thing where they were approached for confirmation. I believe there was one earlier we talked about where when they were approached, they wouldn't let their findings be peer reviewed, which that's a
Mm-hmm.
part of the scientific method is to have someone repeat the testing to get the same result, to verify. Like, you can't, that's just how it works. Science, because you write
Yeah.
it down, and because other people
If you make a claim, you have to back it up.
yeah, which we can sit here in 2022 and all day be like, yeah, it's this because of XYZ. But we weren't there. We weren't under the same, like, cultural lens, under the same conditions, under the same stresses as the investigators on the ground. So today's my first day wording.
On the ground or on the ground?
On the ground. Yeah, so it's I can't really fault them for not being able to see all this stuff. Because again, they were in a place that was overcrowded. There was a lot of impoverished people. They were dealing with two immigration movements, a lot of anti Semitism, a lot of folks from Ireland who were pouring in, jobs being scarce
Mm-hmm.
because of everything that was going on. Certain activities, illicit activities, were on the rise. Drug addiction was on the rise. Birth
Basically a
rates,
clusterfuck.
birth rates, and infant and toddler mortality rates both skyrocketing, and just bad conditions. You had 800 or 80,000 or a bunch of just a lot of people crammed together, bad conditions, and you have to work your beat. You work your beat. You are sectioned into one section for a 15-minute thing, and that's your beat you walk, and then you're done. Like, I get it. Like, I can understand exactly how shit got missed. If some dude comes up to me and says, "Oh, there's a drunk woman over there," I don't know, man. I think she might be dead though. Real talk. Um, but he's genuine and he seems nice. I mean, think about was it Ted Bundy? There was a serial killer in the last like 50, 60 years who got pulled over. No, it was Ted Bundy. One of the victims tried to escape, and the
Oh
cop
my
got
god.
called. He was like, "No, we just had a fight and they're overreacting." And the cop
I can't
brought the
believe they
victim
handed that boy
back
back
and
over.
handed him back to the serial killer
I
and
mean,
then
and
dipped.
he
Like,
was literally naked and bleeding from his rectum, and they still gave him back. Like, oh my god. Yeah.
I mean, charisma goes a long way. Being calm, cool, and collected goes a long way to dissuade. Like, there are signs that someone is lying or being deceptive, for sure. But if you're sitting there calm, cool, and collected, you're like, "No, officer, that's totally not what happened." And that officer is just trying to like get to the next thing to be done. Yeah, I could definitely see how that would be overlooked. Is it right? Absolutely not. It's so fucked up. But I can understand, like, from an intellectual point of view, how that came to be a thing. But I'm definitely not okay with it. That's fucked up.
I still don't understand how they
Yeah,
gave that kid
yeah.
back. Like,
I mean,
there's
we can definitely
no
we can
reason.
dive into that next.
There's like no excuse that anyone could have given me. I'd be like, no, I'm taking this kid to the hospital
No,
because clearly he's bleeding,
no,
and he
but
has no clothes.
I was
So,
using that as like an
oh
extreme
no, no,
example. Like,
I know. I'm just saying. I'm like, it just baffles me. These cops, it just.
these damn police officers, I don't understand them. No. So we do have those four suspects that we listed, and I know there have been some other wild ideas or suspects out there. Um, there was the idea that it was an upperclassman who was coming to Whitechapel to commit the murder specifically, either a doctor or an aristocrat.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Um, and that there was also the idea. This one fucking makes me laugh so hard. Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll. I'm not gonna even.
What?
I'm not even going. I know I will though, but we'll go over that in a second. But there are ripperologists out there who are like, yeah, Lewis Carroll did it. Through the looking glass, Lewis Carroll.
Wow.
Yes, there are people that say that.
Yep. I mean, all these people are dead
Oh,
now, so it's not like we can.
Maybrick. James Maybrick. That's the name of the guy you're referring to.
Oh, the aristocrat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the wealthy guy that traveled.
Thank you, because I could not remember his name for the life of me.
One of the reasons why is because, well, and this part is kind of hard. Is that there was this guy by the name of Mike Barrett, I guess, had apparently found a diary beneath the floorboards of James Maybrick's house in his room or something. And in that diary, it had like basically talking about, I'm Jack the Ripper, they never figured it out, blah blah blah, all that hocus pocus. The thing that throws it all off, though, and there's so many ways you could look at it.
Yeah.
Apparently, so uh, Mike Barrett, at some point, I guess he admitted to fabricating the diary, but everything because of the diary was causing marital problems. Like, he went back on that and was like, no, this never happened. And so, like, it's hard to say. It's like is it legit or is it not legit, and he's just in trouble by his wife because of all the press and attention he's getting now? Or
You opened a
so
can of worms, and now I have to
yeah.
sidetrack. Okay.
Yeah, now you
So
gotta
the
fix
notes. No, we're gonna talk about the notes, dude. The letters, the Jack the Ripper letters. Because you just said the magic word. Fabricated. So there were lots of letters that people have claimed to have been written by Jack the Ripper. 3 in particular are prominent that quote unquote ripperologist, which I think is such a funny name, um, are that they're saying this is from Jack the Ripper. Those are the Dear Boss letter, the Saucy Jackie Ripper postcard, and then the From Hell letter. The Dear Boss letter was dated September 25th, was postmarked on the 27th.
Wasn't that one of the first ones?
Yeah, I believe it was. Um, and it was received by a news agency and then was forwarded to Scotland Yard, who received it the day before the double murder. Originally, they thought it was a hoax, and then they found the bodies. They were like, "Oh shit, this is crazy." I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull up the letter.
Because I know he made a comment about taking off an ear.
Dear boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me the real fits. I am down on whores and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me? Now I love my work and I want to start again. You will soon hear of me when my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write this with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is enough, I hope. Ha ha. The next job I do shall clip the lady's ears off and send the police officers jolly, won't just a jolly bit, won't you? Uh Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha. That was the first letter. The second letter was actually a postcard, which was sent. It was postmarked October 1st, and it was received the same day by the same news agency. And the handwriting, to the eye, looked to be similar to the Dear Boss letter, and it mentioned the canonical murders committed on the 30th, the 30 days has to, yeah, the day before, which the author refers to as the double event this time. And that one, because we enjoy reading so much, it's just a postcard, so it's not a letter. It's just
Wish
I
you
was
were
not
here.
wish you were here. I'm not potting dear old boss when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number one squealed a bit, couldn't finish straight off. Had not time to get the ears off for the police, thanks to for keeping the last letter back until I got to work again. Jack the Ripper.
Oh yeah, that was one of the things that they thought that the postcard and the letter were from the same person, was because of the comments about the ear.
Right. And then the From Hell letter was received by the leader of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. The handwriting and style is unlike that of the Dear Boss letter and the postcard, but it came in a small box that had half a human kidney, preserved in spirits of wine, which was ethanol. Edo's left kidney had been removed by the killer, so it was thought that I'll read the letter first. I'll read the letter first. From hell, Mr. Lusk. Sorry, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman. Preserved it for you. For a piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out if you only wait a bit longer. Catch me while you can, Mr. Lusk. Now this letter is different because there's a lot of spelling errors, and it's written in a different vernacular. It's clearly, I don't want to say it's the same thing. However, outside of the spelling errors, outside of the different speech pattern, the fact that there was the kidney missing was super sus. Again, we don't know what information was released about her murder, because this arrived to that dude, not the news agency, weeks after the double murder happened. You know?
Yeah.
Now,
I wonder if there's other, like, I mean, it's so hard because this was like over 100 years ago. Like,
yeah.
just how much information, like, regarding the newspapers, police documents, what was released officially, you know, like, it's there's so much up in the air and so much missing.
And there's also the fact that we have to keep in mind word of mouth is also a factor here.
Right.
So imagine you're in the town square, some doozy's talking about the Jack the Ripper killings. PC's there, and he says loudly, "That's not the case. Stop telling people that. This is what you should tell them," and then fucking blurts everything out. Like, and all it takes is for one of those people. We actually, this is a business thing. It's a word of mouth advertising. For every 10 people you tell something to, one person will tell someone about it. Which is why it's always important to stay positive when you're trying to get positive information out, because it will change based on who actually is talking about it. But the From Hell letter, which is the one that a lot of people want to say is definitely, oh, this is definitely Ripper, because of whatever. There's so much about it that doesn't match. It doesn't match up. Like the postcard and the first letter, just reading it, it's the same, it's a similar structure. Similarly structured. The spelling errors, the different strokes, the handwriting, because I'm looking at photos of it, like, you can see that there's a lot of similarity. It looks very similar. Someone would probably need to do a handwriting analysis, which is something that they could do if the letters were preserved. I don't know if they are. That's not information I have. But the issue at hand is that specifically there was a person who worked at the newspaper who later on, and this again is one of those things that I found when I was doing research, I wrote it down and I can't find the link where I saved it.
Oh no.
And I fucking hate it because it's making me feel like a liar. It's like I know I fucking read this shit. Um, but the thing about it is, one of the dudes who worked for the paper, specifically admitted at one point, I am rearranging stuff. Oh, you mean right now? No.
No, I meant innocent.
I thought you meant in general. I thought you meant in general. I was like, yeah, like I've been like slowly trying to rearrange my life. We're still like unpacking. But no, there was a dude who worked for the newspaper who said point blank to somebody, uh, it's I was the one who made that letter. I made the letter. I made the postcard. I wrote all that because I wanted to
Mm.
drum up business. And I can't
I mean, that's a
find
possibility
where the
too.
fuck it is. And cause I saved, I bookmark like a motherfucker. I can't find where I bookmarked it. I know I had it written down, and I can't find my sticky note.
There was one of the suspects, or the one that people like to throw as a suspect, that Patricia Cornwell
Oh my god,
spent so
yeah,
much time. Walter Sickert.
yeah.
Um, they found, now I don't know, so I have different types of information, but what I have found is that I guess the paper that he used for his personal letters and the paper that the Ripper used for their letters,
The
regardless of who
stationery.
wrote them, was made by a handmade paper run of a small paper mill. And some info says that it was widely available. Other info says it was a very small run, so it's very likely that it's, not,
Yeah,
that
I
it's not
remember.
likely it could be, like one and the same, which is what put him on
Thank you
the
for the
radar
hydrate.
as being a potential. But um but either way, it seems that it's likely that it's probably just a whole people just trying to get attention, trying to kind
No,
of
for sure. And there's
build the
definitely
story, and because he was obsessed with Jack the Ripper apparently, so
yes.
it wouldn't be far fetched for him to just, you know what, let's just make up some shit and stir the pot.
No, I mean again, we talked about the idea of copycat killers using the Ripper case, using things that are already happening as a subterfuge to get away with their shit.
Yeah,
And the other side is just as likely that people who wanted to be in the spotlight, who again wanted to drum up business for their newspaper,
people like drama.
people like drama. So I
It's been
wrote
a
some
while since we had a
letters.
killing. Maybe we should create some shit and stir the pot.
Yeah, no, for sure. Um, there was also another like weird theory that uh Prince Albert Victor,
Oh my god,
it
yeah.
was some weird, it was
Like
something where like
like he had contracted
he had
syphilis
had an
and
affair, contracted some stuff, so he had
yeah.
a doctor go kill, but like had
Or
to kill.
the queen had her killed, and anyone who knew also were
Yeah,
killed,
it was
and
like
the
a
royal
whole
aides
ass.
helped cover it all up, and like
Yeah, just
that's a straight up conspiracy
just a
theory right
wild
there.
ass like let me get. I don't know if they had tinfoil back then, but I feel like they needed it. Um, so those were the real. So that's Charles Cross, the idea of leather apron, James Sadler, Joseph Barnett, Lewis Carroll, uh, James Maybrick, Prince Albert Victor,
Oh, there was also
and
they
Sickert.
thought that it might have been a woman at one
I
point.
was actually about to bring that up because that is my surprise. That's my surprise. I think
And
Ripper
they
was a
said,
woman.
oh, and they said that it's possible that she could have been a midwife, which would explain her
Oh no, baby.
anatomical
I can tell
knowledge.
you this right now. So, set the scene. It's the 1880s, right? So women were allowed to study medicine, but they couldn't be doctors. they were not allowed to be doctors.
You
They
think she
could
was doing it
study
to learn?
medicine. They could study medicine all they wanted, but now I can't speak to a motive. However, we brought this up earlier about female serial killers.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have the same notion you do, which is that it's not as rare. It's a rarity that a woman is a serial killer,
Right.
but that's not true. It's a rarity that a female serial killer gets caught.
But how do we prove that though? Like,
So we'll look at the examples of the ones that we do know about, and we can kind of juxtapose what it took to get them to realize this person was the serial killer. I mean, we've got some historical figures, like Elizabeth Bathory. I'm going to use her as an example.
right. Well, I mean, like when
Like
I say
it
that
took like
majority of men
hundreds of
are
it took
serial
hundreds of
killers, like, I mean more like it's like an 80-20 thing. Like, I don't think it's a 50-50 thing, men and women serial killers.
right. I mean, the best thing though, the thing is, even those percentages, it's like the missing people, in national forests. Like we can do a guesstimation, but we'll never have an accurate count because it's scary. But there are so many. I think. Hold on, I want to get the exact number because I believe that there's a criminal database out there. There are people whose job is to know this shit. Um, because I remember seeing this because I was doing research for a chapter. So there are. So it's an unknown amount. However, it is likely. Looks like as of right now in the United States, they're looking at 17 different serial killers that could potentially be on the loose right now. But those
Oh,
are just the ones
wonderful.
that they know about. And again, do you know about that? Do I know about that? Fuck no. Because why would we know that unless we were
There was one about in a city 40 minutes from me.
Oh, there was one in the town that I lived in. Um Actually there was one in the town I lived in Vermont, and there was one I was the town I lived in North Carolina, not the one I last lived in, but the one before that. And my sister actually interacted with that one.
Oh wow.
And he came into because she was working at a store. He came into her store, and again, he did nothing that would make you think that he was not an upstanding member of society. A dude
Mm-hmm.
just going about his life, picking up a Red Bull. And I remember she called me that day, and she goes, so she says my name, and she goes, "Bunny, um, I had to lock up early because I'm a little shaken." She doesn't get shaken. She goes, "There was this
Right.
dude who came in. Here's what he looked like." She goes, "I the second he looked at me, I felt
She
like
just knew.
I." She's like, "My whole every part of my nervous system felt just tingly and ice
Spidey
cold.
senses.
It." She's like, "And I'm nauseous. I didn't want anything. I didn't want him to look at me at all. I wanted him to just go away." She's like, "So I called my boss and I closed up." Um, and she'd actually driven to one of my brother's houses instead of going home right away. Because she was like that unnerved.
Right.
And my sister can handle herself. Let's be clear. Because my family, that like everybody learns how to like handle your shit. You don't have to rely on other people. But if you need one of us, we're there. That's the beauty of it.
Right. But you don't
But
want to fuck around and find out with that.
no, absolutely. And that was literally her thought was like, we're not doing this. Um,
Not today, Satan.
Not today. No. So she called me about that, and about 3 months later, we were at my mom's house, and my dad watches the news, and they have a breaking news thing come up. They were arresting this dude, the same dude, because they found all these bodies buried in his backyard,
Oh my god.
and they had suspected him of murder for the last 2 weeks. Like I can't remember the count. The amount of serial killers up here in Washington. No, Washington, specifically the Seattle region, is rife with serial killers. For sure. Like the percentage of serial killers they've caught that have had a home base in Washington, in Minneapolis, and in
So what you're saying is
Tuscany,
don't move to Washington.
unless you're a serial killer. Because again, the odds of two serial killers being in the same place, actively fighting each other. Statistically
It's
speaking, if we're
interesting
looking
that
at
you
statistics,
mention Seattle because it was like years ago. I was watching like this little documentary about how they were talking about the psychological effects of Seattle and the fact that it like rains like 90% of the year
yeah.
and how it affects people's psyche and stuff. And that would just be interesting to see if you were to conduct a study, the relation of how people feel when they're living there and the extent of the crime and murders that occur as a result of that. Like,
So,
because when people are under stress, they tend to do things that they normally wouldn't
so
do.
it wouldn't be a study; it would be a statistic spread
Well,
because
yeah,
you wouldn't be
you know what I
able.
mean.
It's not like you would pick up serial killers, take them, and put them in
And
Seattle to see
question
if they
them.
kill more people.
Oh my god,
Like,
I just spit all over my keyboard. Yeah, I know. No, I know. Yeah, you know what I meant. That's exactly what I meant.
yeah, like, because what you're describing, I'm pretty sure is illegal.
So,
I think it actually might be a crime. I feel like that in of itself is a crime, Archie. Like, maybe, possibly, I don't know. But
so did you feel like murdering today? Have you murdered anybody lately? I mean, I'm
as
just
your
doing this,
murder
conducting this
sponsor, I
study.
have to tell you, like, listen, if you fall off the wagon, Chief, I can't help you.
Oh, but yeah, that's what I meant. Is just comparing statistics. What they know about uh, the psychological and the stress and all that, and
I mean,
'cause
there
I know
is
they do that in other parts of the world and stuff like that.
no for sure, because they're first world countries. Shots fired, America. Just kidding. But also, but also. So when we're looking at the idea of women being serial killers,
I grew
though,
up in Seattle.
this is where we're. So of the hundreds of serial killers that are commonplace knowledge that we for sure know about, um, 60 of them are women, notorious female serial killers in the United States. Abroad, there's lots more, but really, female serial killers that we know about, you were right, 80-20% is usually the typical amount, but we have to factor in overages. We have to factor in the idea of, well, this is based on the information that we have available, who we have caught, who we have actively attributed to a male
Right.
or a female psyche, and how accurate that determination is. Realistically, though, the reason I think Ripper
We'll
might
never
be a
know.
woman, I'm not going to speak to motive, I'm going to speak to opportunity. This is how I'm going to go about this.
She was a prostitute and she was killing her friends. No, I don't.
Becky stole my fucking corset.
Her competition.
Becky
Gotta
stole
get
my
rid of that
corset.
competition.
That bitch has to go. No, but think about it. So we're in the 1880s. You can if you have the funding, if you have fought your way to become a doctor. You can study all you want. You can get all of the knowledge you want, but you will never be called a doctor because you're a woman. You will never be able to practice medicine, only in theory. Now, again, there are going to be ways around, like learning how to do cadaver work, working with pigs because they have similar anatomies, like internally structured, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if you're a woman and you just had a bad shake with a John, and another woman comes up to you and she's like, "Hey, are you okay? Come over here." Bam, fucking deadzo. Because you wouldn't have suspected that. You wouldn't have raised a cry. You wouldn't have freaked out because it's a
Right.
woman. Women are safe to other women.
Oh, playing off that. Um,
Becky slept with my
That was
client.
that
She's
was one
gotta
of
go.
the reasons. That was one of the reasons why people suspected Joseph Barnett because of Kelly's prostitution and her. So like I guess he was familiar, like him and the prostitutes, they were all familiar with each other, so that if it was him and he was approaching them on the street, they wouldn't have thought otherwise because they knew him through Kelly.
I mean, familiarity is definitely dangerous to a certain degree in situations like that. You're right. It's the same reason that the stranger danger campaign, as well intentioned as it was, led to far more abductions than it ever tried to stop. Because everybody was looking for a dude in the shadowy bushes ready to snatch your kid, but really it was like your best friend who hosts the best barbecues.
Oh yeah, like they
It
say
was,
with
he can't be John. Wait, John's the
family
serial killer?
or friends,
Yeah,
it's calls coming from inside the house.
the call is coming from inside the house. I love the theory that Jack the Ripper was a woman. I mean, without having a specific woman in mind, we're never going to be able to nail down a motive
Oh
for
no.
sure. But we can nail down opportunity. We can definitely to say that a woman couldn't be a
And the
serial
fact they had
killer.
no idea, they just were like, we don't know, it could be them, it could be them, it could be them, it could be
Right.
them.
And when you think about someone committing horrible acts of violence against a woman, your first thought is always going to be a man. I'm sorry. Like 9 times out of 10, someone's going to assume it's a man who did it.
Yep. Sorry guys.
Sorry guys. It's be better. Hold each other accountable. Quit eat a moon pie, drink a Sprite, quit murdering people. Like
Drink a Sprite.
well, I can't say
I
7
thought
Up
it was a
because
Pepsi. I thought
it was
Pepsi solved world peace.
I don't even know. I actually I personally don't really drink soda, so I'm not the good person to make this joke. But
Oh no, I meant like that one during the one of those riots where some lady was trying to give the police Pepsi and they ended up arresting her. She was trying to be a peaceful demonstrator or something. I don't know if you
they were
remember
clearly
that.
Coke fans. She should have guessed that. God damn
Eat
it,
a
Becky.
Snickers.
I'm not
Betty
this.
White, eat a Snickers.
That's like me. That's like me playing Goose Goose Duck the other night when I was the cannibal like 6 rounds in a row, and I was like, I guess I'm not the same when I'm hungry. Like, um, but no. So there's definitely a lot to be said. I'm gonna go ahead and rule out, in my mind, from the list of people here. I'm gonna rule out the Prince Albert Victor theory because
Yeah,
that
that's kind
shit's
of
nuts.
ridiculous.
I'm also gonna go ahead and rule out Lewis Carroll. Like, I'm not even gonna go into all of that. Just it doesn't logically make sense. And yeah. So you're thinking James Barnett is what you were thinking.
Or Joseph Barnett, yeah.
Oh, I was looking at two different names. Yeah, you were thinking Joseph Barnett. Um, James Sadler. What was his issue? Why did they think it was him again?
I don't know about James Sadler.
I can find out. James. James Thomas Sadler. Um, people had thought that he was potentially the Ripper because uh he was it was the one of the other adjacent murders, not one that was canonically uh associated with the Ripper officially. Um Francis Coles, the one who was murdered beneath the railway arch.
Mm-hmm.
Because outside of there not being mutilation, a lot of the other things matched up. And he had argued with her several hours before her death. He was arrested and charged specifically for her murder. Um, but they had to cut him loose because of lack of evidence. But it was thought for a pretty solid amount of time based on the severity of the throat cutting specifically that he was the Ripper or Ripper adjacent. So I think with him, I'm gonna rule him out just because he sounds like a serial killer, a copycat killer. Innocent, what do you think?
Ripper Light.
Ripper Light.
Oh, the irony is sitting here listening to your guys' suspects, and the 5 I've got aren't even mentioned in the original cases.
Ooh, who do you have? You gotta tell us now.
Well, the
Really?
first one is Montague John Druitt.
Mm-hmm.
Um, while they don't have any scientific evidence about him, uh, they find it was noticed that the Ripper murders in London East End ended right after Druitt's suicide, which is one of the beliefs as to why the Ripper stopped killing, was that he'd killed himself.
Okay. So that was
In
that the
fact,
only reason that
on
they thought?
November 9th, 1988, Druitt's body was found floating in the Thames. Believed the cause of death was suicide.
They apparently he either had like an uncle or cousin who was a doctor. He was living with a cousin who was studying medicine. It just seems like everyone's studying medicine. This is crazy. He had an interest in surgery, and that his mother went insane, and he feared that he was also going insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another one is Carl Fagenbaum,
Oh, that one I
54-year-old
don't know.
German merchant sailor. He was known to be a psychopath who confessed to mutilating women, and even his own lawyer believed that he was Jack the Ripper. He went by many aliases during his lifetime, known as Merchant of Ships that had docked near Whitechapel. Um, they have records proving that he was working in Whitechapel on every single date of the 5 Ripper murders. He and his co-workers were seen at brothels, and then he emigrated to America somewhere around 1890, and he was convicted of murdering a woman by the name of Juliana Hoffman and was sent to the electric chair.
You know,
And they state there are striking similarities between London's Jack Ripper murders and the slaying of Hoffman.
actually, you bring up a fair point adjacently that you just reminded me of. Almost all of these murders took place like on the like Friday into the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing specifically saying the person would have had to live there to commit it.
Um,
They could have just gone down to Whitechapel for a good time on the weekend, get a few drinks, go to the social club, murder some hookers. That's not fair. That's not nice. These were people,
yeah,
and murder
yeah.
is bad. It's illegal and also immoral.
Um, the
I
third
was gonna
one.
say it's immoral.
You're like funny, funny.
like we don't need a law for that. I mean, apparently we do, but
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and so he went to America, and there were other murders that they thought were him.
Because of the striking similarities between the London Ripper murders and the murdering of Juliana Hoffman, is why he was put in as a suspect. Yeah, because that was one part I did do is I went through and researched the suspect.
I mean,
um, mhm.
I also did a little bit. The thing that always took me out of it is every time I'd get to Lewis Carroll, I would lose my shit. Like I legitimately would just lose my shit and be like, "Come on,"
Yeah.
because he was the reason he was a suspect was because there were anagrams in a friend's book or a book somewhere that he was like he was psychotic and going through shit. And that he also because he wrote a diary in purple ink, but on the days of the Whitechapel killings, he switched to black ink. Which again, those straws you grasping at. Also, like, that's just fucking, like, that's the weird, that's not evidence at all. You
Yeah.
know?
The third one I came across is a Polish barber named Aaron Kosminski. And so it says here that there's the possibility, while it is in debate, his mitochondrial DNA was found on Edo's shawl. But he also had a very strong hatred of women, had homicidal tendencies, and was even sent to an asylum in 1989.
Oh wait, which one was you said? Aaron
Kosminski. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about earlier, where at first they found DNA that would have linked to only 1% of the population that him and the other person had, but then it turned out that it wasn't that. They were wrong about which mutation it was, and it ended up being like 99% of people had it. But it was this Dr. Luhelin who wouldn't publish his findings for peer review and refused to answer any questions to media. And the only other person that he confided in the information was the author of a book.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, and here's the thing. So DNA analysis is tricksy business. It's tricksy business.
No.
It seems like it should be very cut and dry from like a bias, like, you know, from our standpoint, regular everyday people. It's going to seem very like, oh, well, that match is done. Boom, it's done. However, there's
No.
so many
There's more
different
to it.
aspects. There's so many different parts of the
There's
genome that are
way more to it.
structured.
Way more to it.
The way that mitochondrial DNA is passed from person to person, that you can go back to a specific haplap group and determine where that specific genetic part came from, 10,000 years ago is really cool. But also the fact that there's so many people that would have the same particular subset of mitochondrial DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no real conclusive way for us to say that shawl. Firstly, we know the shawl was found several blocks away on a staircase, and that there were conflicting samples on it. Some reports said that there were semen, some reports said that it was fecal matter. And regardless, it had been across town before it was collected. Then we have to think about, how was it collected? How was it stored? Where has it been? I like the idea that I like the idea in principle that, like, wow, 100 years later we did a DNA test and we solved it. But
Yeah.
big brain, it doesn't seem that way. Not only for the DNA thing, but specifically the fact that, you know, there's a good chance that he was on someone's radar, that someone thought to test his DNA because someone had a lead about him. And the only thing that I could really see that jumps out at me when I'm looking at his information, in the Whitechapel area around that time, there was a huge, huge bout of anti Semitism. And Aaron was a person who went to an insane asylum and who happened to be of Jewish descent.
Mm.
So it's hard for us to say without a doubt that he was Jack the Ripper.
No.
Based on what I would consider circumstantial evidence 100 years later at best. There's a concept legally, fruit of a poison tree. The thing that you find because you were basing it off of something that you shouldn't have found, or that you shouldn't have gotten to that conclusion. Anything that touches is inadmissible.
Yeah.
It's specifically, that phrase is specifically used when you're talking about search warrants. Like, if you didn't have access, if you didn't have a justification to go into XYZ and then you found the smoking gun in XYZ, but legally you shouldn't have been able to get in there to see it, you can't use it. You can't admit it. I want to use the same kind of brain concept on this. Would they have tested this man's DNA if someone who wasn't anti-Semitic, who didn't already have some sort of vendetta against him, and who couldn't say, well, he was crazy, he went to an insane asylum, would they have done that test had that information not been in play? And then why couldn't we peer review it?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I wasn't going off of just the fact that
Oh shit, Shadow.
his DNA was supposedly found.
Right. No. What else? What else did you go off of? I want to know.
Oh, it was, the fact that, he, flat out, he had a hatred of women. Yeah, and the Whitechapel murders clearly were a hatred of women. Or sex workers, or...
Right. It's hard
There
for us
weren't
to...
that many males that were murdered during that time.
Yeah, I mean, of the handful of cases in the Whitechapel files, the only man I saw listed as a murder wasn't a man, it was a young boy. The rest were women.
Yeah. But there's also the fact that, he did have the homicidal tendencies. So it would be really easy for somebody with those tendencies to turn around and start acting on them. There's also the fact that, when the Ripper killings ended, was, let's see, November of 88, and then he went into an asylum in 89 where he died. So again, another correlation as to why the Ripper may have stopped killing.
No, I mean, those are definitely fair points.
And then one thing I didn't mention about Joseph Barnett, one thing that a theory people were running with was that because he was obsessed with Kelly, and before she went to prostitution, well, she was a prostitute before, but then when they started living together, that's when he started to try to financially take care of her so she wouldn't have to do that, because he didn't like that she was prostituting. And so the theory around him is that he was killing prostitutes in order to scare her out of it, but when he lost his job and then she went to it herself, that's kind of when he lost his shit and killed her the way he did, potentially speculatively killed her that way. And then that being the last one, because now she's dead, it's over, there's no reason for him to kill anymore.
Logical.
I mean, you're making some sense.
I still think he killed her, no matter what. I still think he killed her.
No, for sure. He definitely killed her. I will give you that. In my mind, without a doubt. But I mean, I don't know if I want to say he was the Ripper.
True. But in a way, it kind of makes sense to me, because if you're obsessed with someone and you don't want them doing anything, you're going to, do whatever it takes to stop them from doing it. And then when she finally, went back to actually doing that, it just made him really kind of lose it.
That's just poor communication skills. I will never understand that shit. Just talk your feelings out, damn it! You don't have to stab somebody 36 times. God damn. Okay, so making the short list, Joseph Barnett's on the short list. Aaron Kosminski, you're thinking should be the short list?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other two I've got here, I'm still looking into some of them, and it... Francis, because Francis Craig is on here. Which was actually Mary Kelly's husband.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
It says he was working as a reporter at the time and was even covering the police courts and inquests on the Whitechapel murders, as well as other crimes. Was the son of a well-known Victorian social reformer, and people are suggesting that he was suffering from a mental illness, more specifically schizotype personality disorder. He lived in Whitechapel on Mile End Road, 7 minutes away from the first Ripper murder scene.
Yeah, that's right there.
In 1984, he married Elizabeth Weston Davies, who is believed to have been a prostitute who went by the name of Mary Jane Kelly.
Okay.
It's suggested that he discovered his wife was working as a prostitute. She went into hiding under her pseudonym, and he started plotting her murder, but disguised his involvement by killing other prostitutes beforehand. Which, again, would be another explanation as to why they suddenly stopped.
There's so many good suspects.
Well, if you go into Wiki, there are over 100 suspects listed.
Oh my god, that's probably a little too much.
There's again, this has been a
It's
lot
probably
of.
padded with. I bet it was Becky next door. No.
Listen,
I hate that bitch.
she borrowed my rose shears last fall. Why would she even need them in the fall? Okay, weird. Also,
Right?
also, I don't like her, so it's probably her.
No.
I know that there's a lot of people that have been on here. The Walter Sickert one was in McCormick's book specifically, which the book was titled The Identity of Jack the Ripper.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, okay, and then Cornwell based hers off of that, which was.
I feel though with him, because I know he was obsessed with Jack the Ripper, and I know he
Right.
made paintings, and I guess at some point he cosplayed as Jack the Ripper. I feel like
But being a fan doesn't mean you're.
Yeah, I feel like he's just a fan. Like, he was just very intrigued and interested with what was going on, but he wasn't really the guy himself.
Yeah.
Or the person himself.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I have a friend who really loves Sailor Moon stuff. Do I think she's Sailor Moon? No. Do I think she
Right.
will cosplay as Sailor Moon and tell you all of the facts and sing the song and be beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she absolutely will. But I don't believe she's I don't think she's Sailor Moon. No. There's definitely a difference between Walter Sickert fangirling over Jack the Ripper versus him going. And I know I actually read Cornwell's book because I was, like everybody else, a nosy bitch. And I was like, all right, let's see what you got. This was years ago, so I'm going to paraphrase. There was the stationary bit, and then someone had made the connection that he was an artist, even though he did a lot of landscapes. He didn't do portraits, he did landscapes. And that it was somehow a window into his psyche. That he didn't have anyone verifying where he was on the weekends, which is when all of the murders took place. And that the reason the stuff was supposed to have stopped was I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with his son, but I can't remember. It was so long ago I read the book. But neither here nor there. I don't think it's Walter Sickert at all.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of other people on this list. I think you mentioned Maybrick earlier.
Yeah, but that's the guy that lived in Liverpool, and they thought that he just traveled on the weekends and killed people.
Yeah.
With a diary.
Well, there was also another Maybrick on the short list. Who was a singer-songwriter. Yeah. And he was thought to have been the Ripper based on some of the descriptions people gave when they saw someone they thought was Jack the Ripper, and that because of his profession, he would be frequently traveling around the UK, and the dates of the locations of specific murders would coincide with when and where he was and where the letters to the police were sent from. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say that that person's it because it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. Who
Yeah.
else do you have on your short list, Ma?
Oh, you already covered him.
Oh, was that him?
Yeah, the Walter Sickert.
Okay, and I think it's also I'm gonna keep Leather Apron / the Butcher
For
on
sure.
on the short list because honestly, it makes sense to me.
He was already
Charles,
killing people.
yeah, Charles Cross, and I want to go back to that one
That is a
because
bit suspicious. I mean,
there
he could
was
have just been like one of those, like he just didn't want to get involved, like kind of people where they just
yeah.
like, oh, I happen to see this, but don't question me. I wish I didn't see that because I don't want anything to do with this.
Sir, did you
But
witness
I
anything?
mean,
Did I
it's
witness
still pretty
anything? I'm
suspicious.
blind in my left eye. I'm 43% blind in my right eye. I can't even see you, sir. I love that bit so fucking much. No. I mean, he found the body, the first body. I really do enjoy the, because again, I watched that. You sent me that last night. And you're like, "Hey, did you see this?" And I was like, "I'm gonna now." And then I watched it, and there was a lot of good points that the journalist brought up that I hadn't considered when I had looked at him previously. When just the fact that Paul wasn't walking with him at the same time, but they were allegedly coming from the same place or the same set of
Direction.
buildings. Like they
I
should have
think he
been.
saw him and he did an about face, pretended he was walking the same direction.
Yeah, I mean that logically makes sense to me.
I mean, think about it. Let's say it is him. Let's say you're Charles Cross and you just committed this murder and you're walking away and you're like, oh shit, there's someone coming. I have nowhere to hide. There's a dead body behind me. What's the best thing to do? Turn around and pretend we're going the same direction and oh, look at that. We found it together.
Oh shit, I have blood on my hands. Let me try to help her. Puts hands on bloody body.
Right?
Like
Actually, that is what happened. That was one thing I read that one of them did touch her in trying to see if or they both touched her or something, trying to see if she was even alive. So that would make sense. And now all of a sudden, like, well, the reason why I have this on me, officers, because we were seeing if she was alive.
Good Samaritan. On your way you go. Boop boop. Like,
right?
No.
Yeah, because what I remember reading about that one was that Cross had touched her face, which was warm, and her hands, which were cold and limp. And then Robert Paul placed his hands on her chest and said he felt a slight movement. So, between the two of them, honestly, I would be looking more at Paul.
That actually. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that.
That's why we're all trying to big brain it together.
Yes, this is why we did this,
Paul,
so that way.
Paul opens up with confessing first, to take him off the table first because he willingly came out first.
He willingly came out and came to the Inquisition.
Take it off of him
without being prompted.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Make him look like he's actively trying to help.
Which is the thing serial killers for sure
I was
fucking
just
do.
gonna say
they fucking do that.
They've done that, yeah, where they get involved and to take the suspicion off them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Stand at oh, what happened there at the ambulance, whatever. Yeah, or like they join search parties to search for the people they kidnapped.
Yeah, and that's totally a thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's for sure a thing. Oh my god. Did we just fucking hold on. Hold on before I get
But yeah, I mean, one big reason, looking at the reports that I had seen, that I don't honestly think it was Cross, is because he actually arrived first. And from the report I saw, said he was standing still, basically rooted in spot, in shock, when Robert Paul came up to him.
So that would have to be based on Paul's description, though, because there was no one else there.
So the first person to find her was Cross. And then
Yeah.
Paul came up.
Yeah. The other
who's
thing,
to say he was actually in shock? Maybe he was just kind of like, now what? Oh, hi there, sir. Good evening. Look what I found.
Hydrate. Thank you. Okay, let's roll it back.
There's just so many plays we can play this. It's
okay, let me roll this back. Hold on. So the reason that Cross looked so good outside of being sussy as fuck for the Mary Nichols murder, is that his route to work, the route where he takes, the ways he walks, the times he's walking through there, he passes the 3 streets where the woman who was first assaulted, Martha Tabram, that a lot of people, including myself, think could have potentially been a survivor of a original Ripper attack. That Nichols and Chapman were murdered roughly at the same time that the murders took place, or they were estimated to occur during the double event. Stride and Eddowes. This was on a Saturday, which they state was his only day off of work. Stride was murdered near his mom's house. Right? And Mary Kelly was murdered on his route to work in the time frame in which she would have been estimated to have been killed, would have been along the same time frame he'd be walking that route. But the only difference is that she was killed on a holiday, right? Which is why the assistant went to go get the money. So a lot of people also say that Cross matches the description because his family background or whatever is so similar to that of many other serial killers. Different stepfathers, the broken home, instability of residence, then dealing as a meat cart driver, he's gonna have blood on him anyways.
Right.
But now that we're talking about that, because where did Robert Paul work?
They worked at the same spot.
They worked at the same spot.
What if they were in it together?
Or okay, one of two options.
Just set off for their respective places of employment.
So they lived near each other. They walked the same routes to work. They worked at the same place. So, here's some headcanon. I'm gonna throw some spaghetti at the wall. Y'all tell me if I'm hitting anything with you. Theory 1. Charles does the murder. He does a crime. And the very first crime, Paul, the dude he works with, pops up on him. And he's like, oh shit, I found a murder. Weird. Which is why Paul's instinct was to see if she was safe, trying to do all that. Goes to find a cop. Paul's like, I'm gonna tell a cop. And then at that point, Charles speaks to that cop first, tells him there's already a cop on the scene. And then they skiddly boop about their day. Which Paul never corrected Cross about. Because you'd think Paul would say there wasn't a cop there, right?
Right.
We don't know what was actually said. We're going based off of reporting. Which those reports would be typed up at the end of the night.
That
so
means
something
they both would have had to lie.
So if that information is accurate, the information we have was accurate, they both would have had to have lied.
Yeah.
Could that, if there were two killers, could that also make sense why each killing, even though they were similar, were still kind of different?
It also could explain why Martha Tabram, one of the first people in the Whitechapel murders file, but not directly associated to Jack the Ripper killings, described her attackers as two men.
Oh.
Now,
It could be. The other option would be that it was totally Robert Paul and that he was using. Because sometimes you ever work with somebody in like a job. When you're working with somebody in a job, you're sitting there, you're packing out something. Like I used to work in car part manufacturing, and there were so many times I'd be inspecting shit, and me and my friends would just be doing our job. We're just shooting the shit, talking about stuff, and you can learn a lot about somebody because people just talk. Some people just talk forever, and they'll tell you all
Yeah.
sorts of information about themselves, stuff that you
Mhm.
didn't ask them about, but it'll just come up in a conversation. Like
Like,
I could bring up,
like
man, my
Hagrid.
stepdad.
I wasn't supposed to say that.
Yeah, like, man, my stepdad's crazy. And then my friend Charles, who I'm working with, says, "You think that's bad? I have two stepdads. They're crazy." And then he goes on a long ass spiel and trauma dumps his whole life on me. And I go, you look like the kind of dude they would look at for murder. Bet. Like, you know what I
Well,
mean? He could have used the information he had available because they worked together. Surely, Charles would have told him where his mama lives. It's a 5.5
Yeah.
kilometer, 5 to 6 kilometer area that we're all living and working in. Obviously, if you work with a person, you live where they are essentially, and you've pretty much around this dude 6 days a week. You probably know a bunch of shit about him that maybe he didn't realize you knew. So it'd be very easy to frame him.
um, well, here's my other question when it comes to Cross. Now, most serial killers have no problem touching their victims' bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if Charles Cross did do it, why is it when Paul suggests, no, this is going off of the reference that I've got here. Paul had suggested that they set the woman up because remember he touched her
Oh
chest,
yeah,
said
prop
he
her up.
felt movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why was Cross worried? Why would he refuse to touch her again? Most, not all, little air quotes here, most serial killers would have no problem touching their victim again.
So the other thing that builds off of that same point, why the fuck would Robert Paul want to prop her up? There is no reason to
That's just
want to
so
prop her.
weird.
That's fucking weird,
I mean,
right?
she's literally got her neck slit and she's disemboweled. Like, why would you
They
even want
didn't-
to touch her? Like,
But they
don't
didn't
touch.
see that. According to the
think
reports they gave,
still-
neither man noticed in the
I-
pitch darkness
I
that
think
her
that's
throat
a-
had been slashed.
I still think that's a lie.
All of that
I
is
feel like
incredibly sus.
I feel that that's a lie. That even if the lighting was poor, I think you could still tell that something is seriously wrong, especially if someone's disemboweled, because like you would get it on your shoes, you would hear it squish. I mean, you would, just the texture, the feeling, the wetness, like you would have so many like things off that I'd be like, something's not right. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be trying to like, I don't know if that makes sense. I feel
No.
like even if it was poor lighting, like you would still know that, hey, this is not normal.
Now, I'm not saying that what they're saying actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
I
anything,
think they
I'm
lied.
pulling devil's advocate over here.
No, for sure.
Unfortunately, the devil needs an advocate from time to time.
I play devil's advocate a lot.
But
You're a parent.
no, and I mean, let's look. Robert Paul, though. I'm just pulling up information about
Why
him
is there
because
not a lot of info on him?
there's not a lot, but what I do see is that it looks like he was one of 8 children.
Oof.
As a child who grew up with a lot of
Wasn't
siblings,
that kind of sort of common having multiple children?
not the ones that lived back in that time.
Oh, that's
Infant
true.
mortality was like 3 out of
True.
5 kids died. Um I don't know. See, no wait, he had 8 children. I read that wrong. Okay. Well, that's just super weird because it doesn't look like anyone's really suggested it was. I'm looking to see, it doesn't look like anyone suggested it was him. But I mean, if we're going based off of the account, the same account that people are using to say that Cross could potentially be Jack the Ripper, it stands to reason that that same account that they're using as justification could easily apply to Robert Paul.
Mm-hmm. That it could.
Now, whether or not the From Hell letters could be verified, or the other letters could be verified as Jack the Ripper, if they work together, that would explain why the notes don't look 100% the same and they're using different vernacular,
Mm-hmm.
which is not concrete. That is coincidental. That is a coincidence that is very interesting to think about. But
And I think we also might have just hit the same thing that's stopping and has been for the last 100 or so years, stopping them from actually fully solving who it is. There are too many different ways in which they could all have done
Dun, dun, dun.
it, I mean, there are definitely some here that like I can look and go, okay, this doesn't really make sense. Like we could go through and get stuff out of here as quickly as possible. I think somebody also at one point suggested Sir Arthur Conan Doyle would have been the murderer. Again, a lot of people, there are so many options. Um a lot of people again do say, authorities rather, that the letters were hoaxes, because it is a common theory that there was a person who worked at the paper who specifically said, I wrote those to drum up business. I can't find it anymore, and I don't know where the fuck it is. Um, Now, one that I do want to, as a last hurrah, one I do want to pose to you guys, because our dear loving thrall gave me this tidbit, and I looked into it.
it.
H. Holmes, known
Oh,
as the
yes.
American Ripper. So, if you don't know who H. Holmes is, he is a serial killer. Um, Obviously. Obviously.
That's what we're
He's
talking about here, so
it's
I'd hope
crazy.
so.
So he was an American con artist, a serial killer. Um, he wasn't also he had a lot of lawsuits against him. Uh, he was executed in Chicago in 1896 for all sorts of fuckery. Um, but he had confessed to 27 murders while awaiting execution. Um, and I'm trying to find specifically the years. So the interesting thing that I'm going to point out that I found really interesting that I saw after Thrall brought it up. So he was active in Chicago doing a murders between 1891 and 1894.
Hmm.
And he had gone to some colleges in the US um, up until 84. And I'm trying to look to see if there was really anything else that could specifically lead us to think he was the Ripper outside of that.
You mean outside of the fact his great great grandson says he was?
Oh yeah, the handwriting. Thank you. I'm sorry. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, so here's the wild thing. And again, is you have to base it on the validity of the Ripper letters. So it wasn't his great great grandson? A
It says it was
descendant.
great great.
Yeah, Mr. Mudgett, he looked at the Ripper letters and he compared them to Mr. Holmes's handwriting samples. And after looking through it, I believe he said that the handwriting matched as best as he could tell. And
Hmm.
the, but the other fact is that if I'm not mistaken, H. Holmes, he like did death trap shit. He didn't do the murders like Ripper did. Well, not entirely. Like it would be a completely different MO. They thought at the time that Ripper was a local person, um, because again, he must have known the area well enough to be able to escape with not very much time in between killings. I mean, we're looking at some of the time frames between when the bodies are found and when the bodies were made. Well, murdered. People were murdered. Um, Sometimes as little as 10 minutes, sometimes as much as several hours, such as the case with Mary Kelly. Um, of the people can correlate um, and say this is potentially a Jack the Ripper subject, only one was able to make a live statement, and that was Mary Tabram. And she died of complications a day or so later. But with her stuff, it was early enough on that it would make sense why she wouldn't have died during the attack if they were still progressing. And I say they, basing it on the theory that this was two men, Charles and Robert Paul together. As
Hmm.
much as I would love for Jack the Ripper to be a woman, because it suits my ego, and also, what? I can be honest, it does suit my ego. Like, a male dominated industry, not to day girl slay, but also you could have done better. Could have done better. No, I just think given the information, if we're doing a snapshot and we're for those people who are so dead set on Cross making sense, Cross only makes sense if you pair him with Paul.
Yeah.
There's no way to
Yeah.
implicate Cross without implicating Paul, because there would be no reason for them to lie, for Paul to lie on his behalf, or vice versa.
Yeah, that's still either way. That's still kind of weird.
It is weird. It's super fucking weird. So, for the sake of argument, I am gonna take uh my female serial killer theory off the table for today. Um, so we're down to four. Mr. Kosminski, which I'm not a fan of that theory. Um, Joseph Barnett, which I believe could have killed, probably did kill Mary Kelly, but if that's the case, then she was not a victim of the Ripper. Leather Apron Butcher, there's no real reason that they couldn't be the same person.
Mhm.
Or rather, that one of the. I honestly, right now, and I was convinced of this the second we started delving into Cross the first time, and actually after I watched that thing, after I delved into it again during. Well, literally the last 24 hours convinced me of this. But I was like, I still want it to be. I still, deep down inside, I would love to hear and find out that it was a female serial killer because that would just, again, boost my ego so much. But realistically, if we're looking at Cross as the Ripper, here would be the position I would be in. Leather Apron and Jack the Ripper are technically the same because one of them would be the dominant persona for Jack the Ripper and the other would be the dominant persona for Leather Apron, which would
That makes
explain
sense.
the spread of serial killings, the similarities in MO,
Yeah.
but the differences in MO and how this timing works.
That makes sense.
Mm.
It's Batman.
And, Batman.
Now that
mean,
you brought up H.H. Holmes,
yeah,
that one actually, because the whole thing that brought it about was his great-great-grandson finding 2 journals that
yeah.
detail his participation in the murder and mutilation of numerous prostitutes in London. Yeah, I went digging after you brought him up.
Thrall did this. Thrall did this. We almost had it tightly knitted together. Again, it's one of those things. It's been so long because the information we have has been muddled so much.
Mm-hmm.
I still really enjoy my Charles Cross, Robert Paul, leather apron
It is.
theory.
It is definitely interesting the fact that those two and that whole story and just I don't know.
Yeah, there's stuff about their story that just doesn't sit right.
It doesn't, and
There's
that
a
was
lot of. It seems there's a lot of sus around a lot of people. Maybe they just have a lot of different killers.
I mean, again, if we don't follow the they're all the same dudes theory, yeah, there for sure were a lot of serial killers active at the same time. There are a lot of serial killers always active. Um, they're everywhere. But
Another oddball theory to propose.
okay,
What if they're right? What if all of them that are attributed to Jack the Ripper were different people?
like there was one dude who was actually a ripper, and then the rest of them just decided to copycat.
Yeah.
It's possible, yeah.
So then
Yeah.
my question would be,
Who's to say that
Because that would
somebody
take
hadn't?
any suspicion off of you if you copycatted somebody else and be like, well, it wasn't me because I didn't kill that other person. It's probably the same guy. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It would.
that in conjunction with the letters, if we believe that they've been forged, which a lot of people do attribute it to somebody who worked at the newspaper trying to drum up business. Um, that would make sense. That there were multiple people, and actually, you could even tie that in to the gang presence in the East End during that time frame. It's
Mhm.
that you could easily
Yeah.
do that. Easily.
Well, and
A whole lot of fuckery going on.
yeah, and a lot of the suspects are all based on, who got to the scene first. Now,
Right.
can anybody say for sure that somebody else did not see the first murder committed
And then just fucked right off.
and in turn copy it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so far, all of the accusations and assumptions surrounding the Ripper case is that it's one person.
Right, which
and
is
that it's
why
the
it's so
same
easy
person.
to say it can't be this person because X, Y, and Z's don't match with this person's
Yeah.
schedule.
Mm-hmm.
We can't prove that they weren't there. They were there, rather.
Whereas, if
Because, like, I feel like slitting somebody's throat and disaboweling them, like, that's not, like, a very unique thing. I mean, like, if you were removing their left eye every single time, that would be a unique thing. And then obviously you're going to deal with potential copycats, but I don't know, maybe there just were a lot of murders going on and they just
Everybody had the same
coincidentally were
idea.
similar. Because, like, look at the ones that were not directly linked to him or her, and but were kind of similar. It was like, well, maybe it was just a coincidence that whoever's slitting their throats were just going really deep. I don't feel like that's like
So
an
if
actual
we
like
if we
signature
go if we
move.
go to the idea of multiple killers and we tie it in to the idea that it's associated with East End gang violence, Martha Tabram's statement and what the police believed about her attack at the time aligns
Mm-hmm.
perfectly with that theory.
Yeah.
leave it to mom to throw on her monkey wrench.
Why would you do
And
this?
Robert Paul and Charles Cross were both in the gang.
Maybe,
They just had
perhaps.
jobs, but
Honestly,
they just did the gang on the side.
it was their side hustle. Their side
Yeah.
hustle was shutting down other side hustles.
They wanted adventure, so they joined a gang.
It's always like that, isn't it? Oh God. Oh, I knew that would come back. I knew saying that would come back. No, I. It's yeah. I think at this point we're at a head. We're down to uh 4 legit suspects. Um, 2 of which are tied to one idea, and then the idea of multiple killers, which is potentially tied to East End gang violence. Um, and as much as I would love the H. Holmes thing to be true, I don't want to believe it, and here's why. The reason that the journal was looked into, that the journal was brought up, that anything was even used uh in this was because H. Holmes was having a cable series about him. And wouldn't that make it more sensational to have the American Ripper turn out to be Jack the Ripper? You know? Could you
Yeah.
imagine the movie deals, the book rights to that?
Yikes.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that.
It's fucking gross. Capitalism's disgusting, for sure.
For sure, for sure.
Especially late stage Capitalism.
Soon we'll be free. That took a darker turn than we needed. Um, but yeah, as much as again, also H. Holmes, the timeline doesn't always match up. Maybe for like 1 or 2 killings, we could make an assumption that he was visiting, but we're gonna be hard pressed to prove that he was a con man. So cash out for crypto today. Nope, that's it. Don't do that. Just don't. Just don't do it. Don't worry about it. I'm already down. Let's wait till it busts. No, but the other thought behind it, in my mind, that it doesn't make sense is there's the time. The time frame is what fucked it up. Because could you imagine a con man suddenly running with a gang of miscreants in a different country to murder people? That doesn't logically make sense considering the how he was defrauding people when they eventually caught him. Like the fraud that he was pulling wouldn't match up with that caliber of crime. So it would have had to have been a specific individual that he would have been shadowing, but even then, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, even if he just went and killed one. The time frames for the short ones. We're looking at most of these people, these women, were found within a half an hour or less. Most of them actually within 15 minutes of being murdered and
kind of
disemboweled.
weird.
Which is crazy, right?
That's weird.
Like, that one way to speed run, damn. But like, you could be the best at your job. Yeah, you could be through that Speedy Gonzalez. There was one murder that literally was 10 minutes. There was a 10-minute time frame. A 10-minute window.
How does no one notice? I just
A 10-minute window in which to do that
Oh
and
look, a
escape.
dead body. No one in sight. Like in a town.
No one in sight, which
fuck
means
ton
that
of people.
they would have to have gotten away, even if nobody specifically saw the act. They would have seen someone fleeing. It's
Serial
not like
killer,
FedEx was a
white
thing.
or blue collar crime. I think it just depends.
Question: serial killer, white or blue collar? The white collar crime is usually in reference to financial crimes.
Oh yeah, that's true. But it's not really blue collar. I don't think it's any collar. It's a bloody collar.
It's a bloody collar.
Bloody collar crime.
But yeah, in my mind,
unless you're
that
just
takes
referring to the type of people that would commit such a thing. That's
yeah,
because
if it takes all sorts of folks, all sorts of folks turn out to be super fucked up serial killers. But no, that's the only thing it doesn't align for me, because even if we do the multiple people theory and that H.H. Holmes on a vacation that he took with defrauded money decided to spend a weekend in London, went to the slums in London, essentially to Whitechapel district, found a prostitute, murdered her. The only one that had any amount of time between when she was murdered and when she was found is Mary Kelly. And
yeah,
I don't think that would align. I personally don't think Mary Kelly would have been a Ripper victim. I think she more than likely was killed by someone she knew.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just too much. It's too much to really make a definitive answer. We've narrowed it down quite a bit, and we have some solid theories.
And he stole her heart and said, if I can't have it, no one can.
Yeah, but then we still have the other 4 or up to another 7 people.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
Like,
Barney killed her.
yeah, I think that's as close as we're gonna get.
Yeah.
So
now,
yeah.
if we built a time machine, no, actually, I would not want to go back in time.
That's a bad idea.
No.
Period. No thanks. Might not come back.
Not to that period, especially.
Might not come back.
Well, do you guys have any final tidbits about Jack the Ripper you would like to discuss? Because I think we're kind of at this point we've hit it.
Yeah, I feel like
only took us 4 hours
at this point because we've already. There's just so many ways, and I mean we found new ways to look at things, suspects and
stuff.
This
is why we did the big brain thoughts together.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean I'm still highly sold on the Charles Cross Robert Paul. That's my top pick for me personally, with my second runner-up being the multiple killers in conjunction with potentially a gang violence situation. And you're not obligated to pick one, but I would love if you had any other final takes on this before we move to towards the end of this part. Innocent?
Oh no, I there's too many conflicts for me to be able to say that I actually see any one person as being the Ripper. Because there's too many different motives, opportunity, and all of that for it, in my mind, to be a single person.
Yeah.
But that's me.
I agree.
Hmm.
And the even sadder fact is turning it down to just one person, honestly, in this case, makes it too neat and tight.
It does make it too neat and tidy.
Yeah. I think there's a lot more going on than just. I like the whole idea of the multiple people too, because I feel like it, with everything else going on aside from the 5, I just feel like, it's just
Yeah,
likely
like
it
if it
was
was
multiple
just
people.
the 5, I could
Yeah,
see it.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it was only the conical 5, then yeah, I could see it being a single person. But there are too many others in the area that are similar and yet different. And there's also the fact that serial killers evolve. Their
Yes,
MO will evolve.
absolutely.
And some of them do it really quick.
Yeah, because they've got to think on their feet.
Yeah. So,
Well,
but yeah, I something as messy as that one, if it's a clean, clear, neat and tidy answer, does not work for me. It's not going to be neat and tidy like they want it to be.
no. I wish it would just be neat and tidy. Because I like to get answers. But yeah, the closest I can get is to two wild ass theories that my brain can mentally handle based on the information provided. And again, nothing's concrete. We don't have
Yeah.
access to everything. Evidence handling, like, we can't even confirm or corroborate the notes.
Yeah. And
Wait, serial killers and streamers are masters at improvising? Bet. That's correct. No comment.
I know nothing.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Crazy. But now, I do agree though. This is as close as we're gonna get. Uh, but I think we did make a lot of headway.
Oh, we did for
For
sure.
some just random ass sleuthing, I think we got a lot of headway covered.
I think so.
I'm proud of us. Good job.
Learned a few things.
I think in our own way we were able to rule out some of the, I don't want to say wrong accusations, but at the same time that's kind of what they were.
Yeah.
um it just feels rude to say, the accusations
Like,
are
I'm
wrong.
sorry, Walter. I don't think you have what it takes to be a serial killer. Go home.
I mean, I also keep coming back to H.H. Holmes. I see where you're coming from of it being too opportunistic and the timeline's not fitting. But at the same time, my brain goes, okay, but it raises a question, did the great-great-grandson find those journals before it was brought up?
Yeah, and
Because
see,
if the journals were found first, it leads more credence to it.
yeah,
Yeah.
versus I found this journal. So weird that you guys are here now to do my interview that we discussed 3 months ago. In the meantime, I found this journal where he had been
Yeah.
interviewing Jack the Ripper, and then said uh that we should make a movie about it. The three
Yeah.
the 3 movie series.
So I mean, I think we've definitely got plenty to think about, though.
For sure. Um as a
I don't think
completely
this one will let us sleep.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna sleep like a baby bear tonight. Are you serious? But yeah, so let's move to the part where we stop talking about serial killers except for the one thing. I really enjoyed this serial killer deep dive. I would
We
love.
need to do more
We
of
need to
these.
do more of these. I think the three of
W-
us
Yeah,
make a
who's
very good
next?
team. You know what? Absolutely. We'll take. You know, well, if anyone suggests
Hey,
it,
I,
yeah,
I got another idea too.
yeah.
Other than serial killers, what about conspiracy theories?
Ooh.
Ooh,
Because you know there's a lot of those too.
Hey,
oof.
Bunny. I think she's flirting with us.
Archie, stop. Go on.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
It's okay. I get it. Did
Did
someone
someone
call
call
my
my name?
name? No. I love you. You crazy. Oh, sorry. I'm crying because I laughed too hard. Um. Yeah. So that's we've settled that. We did that bit. Uh. What do you guys got going on project wise?
uh, at the moment,
Just doing your
at least for
scheduling
me.
stuff.
Yeah, still trying to adjust to the scheduling. I'm ended up missing 2 weeks this week, or 2 days this week. Now I can't talk either. Talking is hard.
Talking is hard.
Words are hard.
Words are hard. I
Um,
know. I know,
yeah.
Archie, you've been focusing on other activity. Uh, you haven't streamed in a little bit, but I know that we're talking about a
I need
thing.
to.
Listen, I'm always down to clown. I know we were talking the other day about doing an escape stream
Oh
because we had so
yeah,
much fucking fun with that.
that would be a lot of fun.
We need to do
We
that.
got to do the steampunk DLC.
Absolutely, absolutely. We could be puzzle boys. How'd you
Yeah.
word? Word hard. Crag literacy is a serious issue that impacts people. Me specifically. Um, but yeah. And I know we were also talking about because we have the same stream anniversary because we got affiliate the very same day.
Yeah, that was super cool.
That was like I think it was like within hours of getting my email, you
Yeah.
got yours. I was like, that's fantastic. Yeah. So I know we were talking about doing that together as well. Very pumped. And I know you've been doing the YouTube video. You've done a couple of the edit ones or the macro ones, and you got your cute little clips.
Oh yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, it sounds like we're gonna have some stuff. If you guys aren't already
Some stuff planned out.
if you guys aren't already following, um, I don't know what you're doing because that's crazy. Wait, I was about to do the thing where I don't know how to shout out people.
Oh no.
So there's Archie, and then let me see if I can do it. Did I do it right? Windscape. Yes. I did shoutouts all by myself. Woo! So yeah, I'm very pumped. I can't wait. I'm very excited about our uh steampunk adventure. I know we have the Shadow Go community night tonight. I don't know. I think we're doing Goose Goose Duck and Trivia Murder Party. Um, however,
Nice.
as we're kind of getting closer to wrapping, I'm gonna shamelessly plug real quick. Um, unless you guys have anything else that you wanted to add that you want me to know about.
Look away.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
I'm in a mood.
That's fair and reasonable. Archie, do you have anything you would like to tell people on the internet?
um
No pressure.
no, I have my brain is blank.
That's fair and reasonable. So
We did just fry it.
trivia. We did, yeah, we did a lot of brain. Yes, absolutely. I love Ransom. We need her here. Um,
Right. I think
so
we might have used our brains a little harder today.
we big brained hard. Live. We did it live. Yes,
Mhm.
I'm aware of what time it is. Don't tell me what to do. I did my own shout outs. But no. So real quick, uh, this is a festive time of year for a lot of people. Um, and I know a lot of people are doing this, but I'm raising money through Jingle Jam this year, uh, in benefits of Mermaids, which is an organization in the UK, supporting trans children and their families. And tomorrow I'll be doing a stream for that, and then this week throughout I'll be doing streams for it. But I'll have the dono information via panel as well as the little, I think it's donate, like the little exclamation mark donate and the exclamation mark jingle jam. Um, and that'll be going until December 14th. And how that works is if you donate, you're fantastic. If you donate 35 pounds, which is roughly about $45 US, um, they'll give you keys for the Jingle Jam game collection, which is pretty exciting. It's a good cause, it's a good time, and just yeah, just hang out. Come hang out while I'm being terrible at games.
Nah.
No, I for sure am. I seen it. But yeah,
You seen
that's
it?
that's that's really what I've got. That's the only thing I've got going on coming up. But this was a lot of fun. I can't wait to do our next bit. Either another serial killer or maybe some conspiracy theories. We got some time. And since we did wrap this up in one episode, I think this is gonna be a wrap for season 2. Because I have fun. I have so much fudge to make for the holiday season, and I'm fucking burnt. So this has been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun with a lot of people. You guys have been phenomenal.
This was fun.
This was so much fun. Um,
I like big braining it.
dude, this is what we're here for. We're here for big
Even if
braining.
I use up all my
Yeah,
energy on it.
good thing we're gonna do. Good thing we're gonna be doing trivia and
Oh my
and
god.
deception gaming later tonight in a couple
I'm gonna
hours.
be like,
I'm gonna
I
take.
used all my energy for the day.
Listen, I'm incredibly proud of the headway we made. We did a good job. But did anyone pick the? Let's find someone to raid. Did anyone redeem that?
I didn't see anybody redeem it. But I wasn't paying super close attention either.
I don't believe so.
My brain was being otherwise occupied.
That's valid. That's fair and reasonable. Let me take a look.
The
Cause
only one I show as streaming right now is the Tin Man.
yeah, I'm gonna see. Actually, give me 1 second. Since I just talked about Jingle Jam, let me see if there's anyone actually on right now for that. Because that would actually be very nice.
It was.
I can sometimes be nice.
No.
Yeah, sometimes it's been known to happen. Don't tell anyone though, because it'll ruin my street cred.
Oh my god.
So it looks like we got somebody actually just went. Let me pull this up. I'm just double checking. You ever just try to like do a thing and then you're an idiot? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's me consistently all of the time. So it looks like we've got Bill X Games on, playing Chaos Reborn. And they're raising for the Jingle Jam. So let's do that if nobody's redeemed it. Let me double check to see if anyone has, because sometimes I know that. Angus is on too? Let me see. Because I do love getting... Oh my god, there's so many options! I just love everyone.
Angus stumbles.
Oh, Angus is playing Played Up. I'm sorry, Bill. I hope you're having a great time, but we're gonna raid Angus. We're gonna raid...
That and somebody did just redeem it.
She did.
Mhm.
Well, we know the rules.
Now we gotta do it.
So while that's setting up, I hope you guys have a wonderful spooky Saturday. And that you weren't too scared. Maybe just the right amount of scared. I'm gonna be
Grossed
playing...
out?
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing a game tomorrow. And Spooky Saturdays will pick back up in February, but I'll still be streaming other stuff periodically between now and the next time. And you can always check out the stuff on YouTube if you wanted to watch past episodes. I literally just load them there because it's better to have a backup, and also you never know if somebody misses it.
Yeah.
But I love you all. I appreciate y'all coming on this journey with us, talking about Jack the Ripper.
Bye.
And have a great time. Bye, Internet!